far turn, clinging to that one Son of a Chief, looking to win 2 in a row. Behind that, passed by Paul, shoved on, and Paul's about to be passed by Emoji Guy and/or Lolly Express, but still is holding third. Then it's Bob's All In, Bold Minister, and Conquest Cobra. One Son of a Chief attacks Hi Ho Cheerio, and Hi Ho Cheerio's holding on to that lead tenuously at 5-1. Behind them, passed by Paul. Inside of that is Emoji Guy, and they're into the final football field, and Hi Ho Cheerio from One Son of a Chief. Hi Ho Cheerio prevails. Park. And they're racing. Pinchos fires out of the gate, and a loose-reined Pinchos is showing speed. Atomic Candy's good to go to the inside, and as they pass us for the first time, Pinchos has the lead. Outside of that, Whiskey Plank very keen to go at 6-1, and Whiskey Plank is second, about to be joined by Atomic Candy, along with Great Britain, and Great Britain at a big price now takes second, and as they corner, Pinchos leads it by 1.5, attempting to slow down. After that, we come back to Violin Maker, looking to win 3 in a row, about 8 out of it to the outside of War Chest. Behind that one is Coming Up Aces, about to be joined by the 8-year-old Giant Payday, 12 lengths from the speed. Robinson is next, then Ben's Malice beginning to stride out. Alonzo Quinones gets Ben's Malice in the clear. Third last, 13 out of it, and about 2.5 clear from Cave Hill and King Nate. And they zing into the far turn. They're still chasing the gray Pinchos, and Pinchos has company in the shape of Great Britain. Outside of that, Giant Payday's making a giant move. Giant Payday and Whiskey Plank, they cut together, and they do so quickly, and now Pinchos has gone from first to fourth. Giant Payday, Pinchos recuts on the inside, and between them, Great Britain and Whiskey Plank. Ben's Malice is 10 lengths from the lead on the outside, right behind War Chest as they come for home. Pinchos is proving to be very game, and Pinchos continues to fight. Whiskey Plank between them. Outside of that is War Chest, and also in there is Giant Payday. Not today for Ben's Malice. Here comes War Chest to get all the treasure at 4.5-1. And they're racing. Number 5, Hap Hot, was off terribly. Dr. Oscar fires out of the gate. So does Happy Hour Bobby. And Love the Nest is going to track those 2 speedsters. After that is Zavy Dave. Then it's North Arm Bay, already 12 from the speed. And about the same margin clear from Hap Hot. Dr. Oscar in a breakneck pace battle with Happy Hour Bobby. And Love the Nest is a length and a half behind them to the outside of Zavy Dave. And said quartet is separated by 2 lengths as Happy Hour Bobby and Harry take the lead. Happy Hour Bobby from Dr. Oscar. Eckleberry's pushing on Love the Nest a bit. He's 3 lengths out of it. Then we come back to North Arm Bay. Hap Hot a mile out of it. They have a 1/4 mile to go. It is Happy Hour Bobby locked in battle with Dr. Oscar. Zavy Dave behind them. Eckleberry's all over Love the Nest, and he's beginning to range in on the 2 speedsters. Dr. Oscar gets by Happy Hour Bobby. Love the Nest still has to give more, but the doctor is operating in the Victor S. Myers. 3 in a row for Dr. Oscar. Stakes. And they're racing, and the Canterbury Park pick 5 with that nation low takeout gets off beautifully for all age, and from the center, She's My Warrior, the 2021 debutante champion, popped nicely, joined by the speedy Brewhouse to the inside. Outside of that, It's Her Time. Then we come back to St. Serena, and up goes Brewhouse trying to run to 2 for 2, and Brewhouse scoots right by She's My Warrior. We come back to I Think I Love You, 8 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Gypsy Reward. Honey Bella's outside of that one, about 9 lengths behind the stablemate, and Honey Bella's on the move. The one in last is Chaplin. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Nick Goodwin still has a tight hold on the talented filly Brewhouse, but now he starts to niggle at her with She's My Warrior creeping in. Outside of that, Honey Bella continues to swoop in nicely, and between runners is St. Serena. Here comes on the outside She's My Warrior trying to capture Brewhouse, who's still very game. Brewhouse from She's My Warrior, 2 and 5 to the line together. Brewhouse is the Genter champion. Strange Stakes, and they're racing, and from the outside, the Alligator Hunter in his turf debut at 3 to 1. He jumps the field and takes the lead. Prince Rama also in his turf debut. He's in second, about 3 lengths behind the Alligator Hunter as they corner. 2.5 behind that to Hot Shot Kid, the 8-year-old's 5 out of it, and about 1.5 lengths clear from Tuco Bay, looking to win 2 in a row. Meanwhile, the Alligator Hunter has built a 4-length lead. Then we come back to Zoe's Delight. Rider has the patriotic colors, beginning to advance to the outside of the veteran Tuco Bay, but 10 out of it, and to the outside of Hold the Spice. The white horse is 12 lengths from the lead. 2.5 behind that to Thick Haze. Then we come to Devil Vision, and the one in last is King of the Kids, about 15 behind the Alligator Hunter, who's looking to chomp on the field in the Strangus. The Alligator Hunter continues to cruise along melodically round about the quarter pole, and that lead is 3 from Prince Rama. After that, Hot Shot Kid, Tuco Bay. That one's to the inside of Zoe's Delight. Then it's Hold the Spice, and they're chasing the Alligator Hunter, and the Alligator Hunter still is clear. Quinones beginning to get into that 7 a little bit, and now he drifts out badly, and here comes Hot Shot Kid, but now he makes a left turn, and the Alligator Hunter, as erratic as a shopping cart, but he's the Strangus champion. Staff, and they're racing in the 8th. That's CBY. Midnight Current outbreaks the field, trying to extend a winning streak, and runs about 2.5 lengths clear from stablemate Let's Skedaddle, who has given up second as Midnight Current opens up by 1.5 lengths. Midnight Current cuts the corner, going rather quickly, leading it nearly 2. In second is Clickbait, about 1.5 lengths clear from stablemate and defending champion, ready to run away. She's covering up Scent of Success. The pace continues to be hot. The field is well strung out. After that, Rush Hour Traffic poised about 5-6 lengths from the lead if good enough and under a very tight pull. That's Rush Hour Traffic advancing and pulling Lindy right out of the saddle. After that, Let's Skedaddle, 3.5 clear from Molly's Angel to the outside of Come On Sweet Pea, who's asked for run. After that is Shabam, and the one in last is Icy Will Burn Ya. They head into the far turn in the $50,000 Minnesota Turf Distaff, and Midnight Current continues to show the way from Clickbait. Midnight Current won. Behind her is Scent of Success. After that, we come to Let's Skedaddle, who's beginning to skedaddle from behind. Right next to Let's Skedaddle is, we have losing ground now, Rush Hour Traffic. Midnight Current with a burst. Midnight Current with a keen turn of speed is gone. That was very impressive. 4.59 in the turf. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. And Fender Bender wins the start, and Fender Bender at 6-1 pokes the nose in front, now joined by Freeburg, and inside of that is Sway Road. After that, we come to Herbie, the 10-year-old on the move, 4 lengths from the front to the inside of El Centenario, and Marden at 9-5. Marden is last, and last by about 9. Into the far turn they travel, and they're chasing Harry, and Freeburg pulls Hernandez to the lead. Fender Bender now to the outside. Sway Road just off the heels of Freeburg, begging for the light of day. Behind that, El Centenario. Then it's a big gap to Herbie, and Marden is last and being shoved on very hard. 13 lengths from the lead. Marden not firing. They're at the top of the stretch. Fender Bender and Freeburg. Freeburg the inside, Fender Bender alongside, and after that is Herbie. Still nothing from Marden, and they're into the final furlong, and it is Fender Bender battling it out with Freeburg, and Sway Road angles to the outside. Fender Bender, Freeburg, Sway Road late. Fender Bender at 6-1. And they're racing in the Saturday night finale at CBY, and quite the hot skirmish on for the early lead. Big Pete came out in big fashion to the outside of leadoff, but now on the inside, Peripatetic takes the lead and steams away by 2.5, make it 3. 3/4 of a mile to go, and that 3, Peripatetic leads it. After that, we come back about 4 to Pirate Bird, beginning to advance, and to the inside of Guest Check. Guest Check wide every step of the way around the turn, but only 2 lengths behind Peripatetic. Then it's a monstrous gap to You Wonder Why I Drink, who has been overtaken by Calico Joe. Likewise, Honey's Superman is on the move to the outside, 13 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Boston Wally, and the one in first is Peripatetic with Constantino Roman, and Peripatetic is still clear. Outside of that is Guest Check. Now Guest Check jumps the speedster faster, and now they travel in perfect harmony. And on the inside, Pirate Bird comes sneaking through, and the complexion changes dramatically with a quarter of a mile to go. It is Pirate Bird to the inside. Pirate Bird looking to run away from Guest Check. After that, Peripatetic has dropped out of it, and moving into third is Lead Off right next to Big Peach. They're into the final furlong, and 4 and 6 are locked in battle. It is Pirate Bird to the inside, joined by Guest Check. That gray is Lead Off, and this is a spine tingler to finish Saturday. Pirate Bird flies into the winner's circle.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf?
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll get your programs out, we'll go over the changes on this afternoon's 10-race program. Race 1 is free and clear of any changes. No changes in the first. Our scratches start in race number 2. In race 2, we scratch a couple horses. Number 1, Beyond Brown, and number 6, Miss Glorious. 1 and 6 out of the second. Race 3 is free and clear of changes. In race 4, moving ahead to 4, we scratch number 3, Astonishing Tweet. Race 4, scratch number 3, Astonishing Tweet. Moving on to the 5th race. In the 5th race, scratch number 6, Super Fortune. Race 5, scratch 6, Super Fortune. Moving on to race number 6. In the 6th, we scratch the 14, Rental Pool. Race 6, scratch 14. Jumping ahead to race 7. In the 7th, we'll start with a rider change on the 4, Sweet Honor. Put Kelsey Haar in the saddle. Haar rides the 4. We scratch number 2, Lovely Linda, and number 3, Elsie's Kid. In the 7th, scratch 2 and 3. On to the 8th we go. Rider change on the 10, Mr. Cougar, now ridden by Constantino Roman. And a scratch of number 5, Cotton Candy Martini. Scratch the 5 in the 8th, put Roman on the 10. And that is it for the changes on this Pepsi Family Day. We call it Extreme Day, the wonder of it all. Up next, in the paddock, in the Cantor Theater, we handicap the races today at the races with Miss Angela Herman and myself, Kevin Gorg. Come on out and join us.
Welcome to the Cantor Theater. We're here in the hot tub giving you Extreme Day today at the races. I'm joined by Kevin Gorg. Thank you again for coming down here and letting me fill in for track announcer Paul Allen.
Miss Zebra 2022. How about this young lady? Looking good. Shania Twain's got nothing on you. Holy cow. Well done, young lady. That looks good.
Extreme. Wait until you see Mark Irving.
Oh.
Wait until
holy cow. It's like a 3D puzzle coming at you.
Yeah,
holy cow, that guy.
The suit is a trip.
He is great. Like the fashion he brings, and we're watching upstairs the Open Championship. He's a Brit. He gets fashion. The best shoe collection I've ever seen.
Yes.
It's amazing. So Mark Irving does those great tours at Canterbury. You can head to CanterburyPark.com. Today is all about the kids, right? It's not only Family Day with the pony rides and the petting zoo and the face painting, which we do every Sunday, but once a summer, it goes to a new level. We call it Extreme Day. Remember when John Hardy, the marketing maven we used to have out here, came to me with the idea, and he said, we're going to have ostriches and camels and zebras and all these crazy exotic animals. And I looked at him like he was nuts. And then the first time we did this, 20,000 fans showed up, and I'm like, okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
It's a spectacular day.
Right, and it's become a national phenomenon. You see these animals kind of tour the country. Today is their day here. So remember, we are going to have long lines probably at the betting windows. Make sure that you get in line early. Maybe head out of the paddock a minute or two before you normally would. If you have access to the First Bet the app on your phone, might be a good day to use that or to sign up for it. Make sure, again, that you bet early because you don't want to get stuck with 2 minutes to post with a line of 25 people in front of you.
Yeah, and today's a day where you're going to want to get those bets in because it's a fantastic wagering card. And I know a lot of people are here for the wonder of it all with Extreme Day, but legitimately, if you're here to make a little cash too, the card is unbelievable. as handicappers, we're on a text chain, and every morning before the races get going, we kind of take a look at our picks and compare notes. And Superstats Dave, who does the green tip sheet and is doing an awesome job, it's maybe the best and most important $2 you'll spend when you get to Canterbury, said this is a day when one of the handicappers, or maybe multiple handicappers, could end up with that Jeff Madej clown nose for going 0 for 10.
It's a zebra nose today.
It could be a zebra nose, but bottom line is this is a card that looks impossible. I see no big money favorites that are going to be like 3 to 5. Every race looks like a puzzle. Every race looks like if you hit the trifecta or superfecta, you could really have a decent score. So get in line early, use those betting machines, learn how to use them, because the lines are going to be long and you just have to be patient and enjoy it. And the day is what it is. And if you know you're going to play a pick 5 right now, get it in early. If you know you're going to play a horse later in the card you don't want to miss at a big price, get it in early, because as the day goes on, the crowds are only going to swell.
There's some trouble right here. I'm not sure what's brewing over there, but
well, when you see Kip Rakes' kid right there with that good-looking hair from St. Thomas, he's never out here, right?
There's a lot of good
keep him
flow
under
over there.
lock and key. But yeah, it's quite a crew we've got there. The marketing mavens are out and about. But
we'll see a lot of them today. It is such a puzzle. Why don't we dive into it? We've got 10 today. Remember, we start the post-time pick 4 in the first race. Kevin has put together a ticket for you, which he'll go over after the first race post-parade. But in the first, were you able to narrow it down, or is this one of those legs where you had to spread?
I'm going to go 4 deep, I think, on my ticket for the fans as I refresh my memory. Yes, I am. It looks like a race where, if you look at the Beyer speed figures, which a lot of us so-called experts do, they're all pretty much the same. I mean, they're all running upper 20s, mid-30s, and I'm going to go to the 5 here, Stillwater Brown with Harry Hernandez. We've talked about Harry a lot. New to Canterbury, won the Jocks title out in Arizona. He's a fabulous talent riding horses. When he has speed and he's able to get the lead, not only is he good at rationing those fractions, but when he's in the stretch, he knows where to put that horse to make sure nobody's coming to get him. And I think Harry's loose. I think the 5 horse is going to be loose on the front end for Troy Bethke, who's got a couple of nice wins this week at the track. 7 intrigues me, Ange, with a good tracking trip from the outside, and I'll close it out with a 2. I go 5, 7, and 2.
Yeah, I took it 5, 2, and 7 for the reasons that you stated. Stillwater Brown on the drop with that speed. Harry Hernandez, I don't want to say stole the Minnesota Turf Distaff last night, but he rationed along the Winter Midnight Current perfectly that day. This is a little different beast. They're sprinting on the main track, but Stillwater Brown still seems to be a very good fit with Harry Hernandez, the way that he does like to ride. So I think that Stillwater Brown is the one they'll have to track down. I don't think anybody will do it. I did take Silent Sailor second. He has a touch of speed to him, but last time just refused to go by. He was in a good spot the whole time, and until he proves that he has that killer instinct, I'm going to keep him in second. Race number 2. On the main track still. They go 1 mile in this one. And we have a few more entrants going to post for race number 2, 8 to be exact. I thought that there was, actually, we take out Miss Glorious, I apologize. But, and Beyond Brown, yeah, my mistake. We have 6, 1 and 6 both out of this one. But I still thought that there was enough speed to hopefully set it up for class-dropping Prance. That's the way that I went in here, but she needs some things to break her way. This one just hasn't panned out, and I guess might be just a touch overrated at this point. Lots of stakes races for her in Arizona and up here. Hasn't worked, so they're going to put her in the spot, and I think if she can run it all on the main track, this is where she's going to show it.
Yeah, big scratch of the 6, in my opinion, here, with Miss Glorious being one of the speed horses. And Speedy Enough, I think, benefits the most from that scratch. It's a sprinter stretching out after a career-best Beyer figure last time out, and I thought they'd hook up, and that led me to believe that Styling and Profiling could do just that today in the winner's circle, like Cam Smith with that mullet at the Open. But with that scratch of the 6, now I would bump up that 4 a little bit. You're going to want to give Speedy Enough a long look on the front end. I go 3, 4, and 5.
That's fair. 5, 6, and 3 for me. Race number 3 is also at a mile on the main track. Kevin, it's only race 3. We got to cool down. Okay.
I'm washing out. Might be that zebra outfit. It might be Cam Smith. I'm not sure.
Do keep an eye on the horses down here in the paddock. If you are watching from a distance somewhere where it's cooler, it's a very hot day here in Shakopee, and it will probably make a difference for a few horses. In the third, not sure I have any horses that usually get hot in the paddock, maybe Spirit Mission, but I think we agree on this one. No, we don't agree. Paul and I agree in this one with Buckster Hooter, but you like he could go all the way. How come?
Well, you know, I looked at the Buckster. He's been in some tough competition lately and he's on a huge class drop, and he loves Canterbury, and I respect both of your opinions. I just think the 7 might get first jump here, and in a race where there is some speed, but I don't look at this race as being super fast, I think he could go all the way, could get that trip where he's just sitting right off it like he did last time. However, last time he's against $7,500 claimers. These are $4,000 claimers. So the class drop, L Val, and by the way, congrats to Luis Valenzuela. Fun to talk to him last night in the winner's circle. Great young man, and this jockey colony, I think, very underrated. So happy to see him get a win. I go 7, 3, and 8, Ange, and I think your 8 might be the best horse, but might not get that hot pace with a race that looks pretty lukewarm on the front end.
No, that's very fair, and he does need some pace. I think he can be closer than he's been recently because he has been against those classier horses. And I'm more willing to take a look at horses that are dropping in class today because we do take that week and a half break. They just want to run, and not every ideal spot is going to pop up for all of these horses, so they just have to go where they can. That might be the case with Buckster Hooter, where maybe they didn't want to put him in for 62.50, but this is just what came up, and I think that Buckster Hooter is an excellent fit against this group. I hope that there is some semblance of pace. I thought maybe Alley Cat, Spirit Mission, he could go all the way, would at least keep it fair. I don't think it'll be sizzling, but I think it'll be fair. Buckster Hooter might not fall that far behind by virtue of a slower pace, and he might have less to do in the stretch. 8, 4, and 7 for me, and we close out the post-time pick 4 with our first race on the turf for the day. Now, I think you like the inside runner. There's a couple in here who are very fond of our turf course, but not necessarily routing. That led me to the favorite, the big deal. But you like Exeter.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best betting races on the card. Circle race 4 if you're into the tries and supers. I liked the 4 on top until the scratch of the 3, and I readjusted my plays here. And Astonishing Tweet to me was a major scratch in this race. That horse was going to chew up the front end. Now with that horse out, I respect Side Street Dave still having some speed, but maybe not the same speed on the turf that we see on the dirt. Exeter's going to fall into a really good trip, and there's my guy again, Harry Hernandez. He lost to the 4 last time, but he lost by a length and a quarter, and he had trouble in that trip.
Yep.
Hugs the rail, good post. I love the 4 as far as if you're going to bank on a horse to be a part of the try and super. I could not put together a superfecta without using the 4, and then I'll throw the 10 in there as my wild card here towards the outside. Tough post, big price, but I think the 10's going to clomp in there for a piece of this thing. I go 1, 4, and 10.
Right. This scratch was crucial and does not help Chocolate Ice Cream at all. He'll probably end up going very wide on maybe both turns, but he'll have to get clear sailing. This horse needs momentum to get his move going, and Chocolate Ice Cream, although he likes this turf course, is still 2 for 10. I mean, he's not a lead pipe cinch, but Chocolate Ice Cream seems to be in some of the best form he's been in a while. So I go 4, 8, and 5, and I think Chocolate Ice Cream is the one they all have to hold off. Now, race number 5 is at a mile again, but we go back to the main track. Lots of miles on the dirt today, and I thought that there was plenty of pace in here. I don't know what exactly they'll try to do with Don't Box Me In on the outside. He's only had 4 starts, and only one of them was at 2 turns. That one was kind of riddled by scratches, so kind of hard to get a gauge. I don't think that Don't Box Me In needs the lead, even though he had it last time. But what do you think happens to the outside horse? Because I think that some of the sprinters or some of the pure speed horses like Samyaza, Bayou Benny, maybe even Super Fortune will not let him get an easy lead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fast pace. I think as you look at this race unfold, Citrus Bay, the 1, has speed. 2, Ardenwood, speed. 4, Samyaza, speed. 5, Bayou Benny, quick. The front's going to be difficult. And the horse that I select is the 2, who I think might be a part of that early vanguard, but I think this horse might be able to just sit just off the pace, let the 1 horse go, and kind of hug the rail. And it's Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson, and they're 50%. Well, they're 1 for 2. But anyway, it's a horse that I think is going to be 4 or 5 to 1.
It's still 50%.
It is 50%. Just doesn't look as good when it's 1 for 2. Bayou Benny in second, and then I'll put I think the 7 and 8 both deserve a look. I go 2, 5, 7, 8.
Yeah, I went 8, 7, and 2. I respect your thoughts on Ardenwood, and I think that Ardenwood on the main track will be just fine, even though he did win on the turf. Don't Box Me In, I thought could get a good trip. It might be a wide trip, but Bayou Benny and Samyaza, I think, will make it very difficult for one another to get comfortable on the front end. I don't think that Don't Box Me In is one-dimensional. He should sit just off them. You like to call it the attack post, a track and trounce sort of trip.
I love the attack post at all places, at all distances. Because the jockey has the outside part of the track, so he can come in and he can make the move. He can decide.
Right.
If you're inside, your hands are tied. Outside, you can attack.
I think they've got this one going as well as he's ever gone. I'm interested in Cousin Vinny's a Canuck in second, but I'm interested to see him if he goes over to the turf. I think that might be a good surface for him in the future. They're going to get a go around with him at 2 turns today, and I think probably get that as a good gauge to whether he's going to turn out to be a true route horse or a late running sprinter. Now the 6th is the start of our 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5 last night. Huge payout, huge pool. might not fill the bill today, but the races certainly are just as competitive, and this is a heck of a way to kick it off. What are your thoughts in the 6th?
Yeah, I'm going to be making a ticket before I head north of the border. I've got a vacation here for the week, and our flight got bumped, so you're going to see Angela take over halfway through this card. Her and PA doing the heavy lift, and I appreciate the help. You guys are great friends. But I'm going to put a ticket in before I go, and I went 5 deep here. That's why I wanted to bring that up. I'm going to use 5 horses, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 13. I think this is one of those races where the trip is going to matter so much, and it's hard to project how the trip is going to play out in a field of this size.
Yep.
So in the end, I wanted to go 5 deep, and I wanted to pick the horse that's going to get probably the safest trip, and that's the 1, Skycat. I think this horse ends up out of the chute, which basically is a 3-turn race, saving every inch of ground with Carlo Lopez. Never been worse than 3rd on the Canterbury turf. In good form right now off a very good-looking win, albeit against softer competition. I'll put the 5 in there, off-ramp, who looks classy, youngster with some upside, and then I'll use the 6 in 3rd, 1, 5, and 6.
I don't love the rail out of the chute. I mean, it works sometimes, I think, with deeper closers, but they do have to take that turn sharper than anybody to their outside, that first one out of the chute.
That's fair.
And Beyond Proper, I think, should be able to take back enough where she won't have to turn too sharp. It'll just be a nice gradual curve for her. She's kind of a confusing item because she was a very good 3-year-old, and then she hasn't followed through with that same form at 4, but she has been in against very tough horses both at Hawthorne and here. She tried 5 furlongs here, just made up, kind of ambled in for a piece, but she was 18-1. This is more her game, and they don't drop her. That was what kind of caught my attention. If she was really off form and they really couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, I think they would drop her, but they don't. And this is their horse. They bred her, owned her, and Gary Shearer has her up here, but Chris Block had her down in Chicago. So until I figure out why, if anything's wrong, I'm going to keep believing. And they turn out some of the best turf horses in America. 3, 13, and 6. You have them all in your pick 5, so we agree in race number 6. And we move on to the 7th at 5.5. This starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Lovely Linda, and scratch the 3, Elsie's Kid. Still another full group in here. We have 8 going to post, and you and I have a very speedy filly on the outside.
Yeah, this is my strongest opinion on the card, and we'll see how it plays out. But if I had to have a best bet on the card for me, it's race 7, number 9, Honey Parade. I remember Paul Allen picked this horse and cashed on this horse back on July the 2nd. It was a great tout by PA, and this horse showed a ridiculously good turn of speed. And we both know Diodoro's Barn. When they get a horse right, the horse, I think, gets hot and stays hot. And this horse is lone speed, loose on the front. I love Honey Parade today. I'm not going to disrespect the other horses in the field. The 1, CC the Bartender, figures to be charging late. I think the 5, Big Andy, for our good friend Jimmy, has a chance to pick up the pieces. But I think the 9 is long gone.
Yeah, I don't love 5.5 for Big Andy. I would maybe like her a little bit longer distance. I took her 2nd, and I took CC the Bartender 3rd, but I just think that Honey Parade doesn't stop. And the scratch of Lovely Linda will definitely help her case. I think that she might be able to get out there, not have to go 44 and 3. Even if she does, she could probably hang on, but I don't think she'll have to go that quick. I don't know. We'll find out, but either way, she gets off the rail too, which will only help her cause. And it's been hard to track down early speed, quite frankly, on our main track when it's this hot. So, moving on to race number 8, let's go back to the turf. 2 of our last 3 races are on the turf. This one is an allowance going a mile. And we agree again, this is one of your more strong opinions on the card. Since you're going to be doing the power play later, I won't get into it too much. But Future Perfect looks like he's in a good spot. Why?
Yeah, well, Mac Robertson, stretching a horse out. I think this is a profitable angle you can use when you come to Canterbury. And this horse, I thought, ran a great race last time, doing all of the dirty work, going 5 furlongs. Hadn't raced since January. So when Mac takes a horse out of a 5 furlong race, puts him in a 2-turn race on the grass, 2nd time off the layoff, it's go time. And I think this horse, once again, with the scratch of the 5, the other Mac Robertson horse, who also, by the way, had some speed, that opens up the front end. In my opinion, there's closers on the inside. I think Quinones can get Future Perfect to the front like he did with the Alligator Hunter last night, and this time stay straight and strong and get us all the money. I'm going to go 6, 2, and 11.
Yeah, why run 2 when 1 will do? Future Perfect for me. Yeah, okay. 6, 2, and 11. I took no slow-mo. It's a lateral move. I mean, it seems like a similar sort of spot, the one that he raced last time. He was last in the early going, moved a little bit too late. I mean, it was a good move, and no slow-mo, I think, will benefit from that start. It was his first at Canterbury. And Van Belvoor's got a lot of pieces. He's been knocking on the door. Hasn't had many starters up here, but some of them have run pretty well, and this one's in an allowance, so I would hope that he could run a little bit better and get a piece. Lord Brancusi got all the worst of it with the post draw, but he's another speed horse in a race that I think, like you said, is a little lacking in that department, and the pace should be moderate at best. It should benefit both the 6 and the 11. Not the case in race number 9. Plenty of pace to be found inside and out, it seems, especially on the inside with Nacho S. But I thought Dare a Big Dream, he and Leslie's Gold would keep things moving right along up front in the 9th. But how did you see it?
Yeah, I like the outside part of the track in a race that's going to be filled with speed and a horse that probably gets a really good stalking trip. I think we're going to agree. We're going to both go to the 8, Hypnotic Rhythm. I'm going to let you talk about why that horse has a big chance to win. I'm going to fill it in underneath with a long shot like the 4, Courageous Timmy, Miguel Angel Silva, and Alonso Quinones on a big closer in a race filled with speed. If you're going to do the pick 5, if you're going to play some exotics in this race, do not leave the 4 off your ticket. I've got it 8, 4, 6, 7. I want to let you talk about the 8 because we have the same horse.
Yeah, no, I had 8, 6, and 4. And you have to be very forgiving with Hypnotic Rhythm as far as his recent history. Now, he broke his maiden very impressively last May. Then he took a break. When he came back, he was against allowance foes. That's fine. He was 6th. Then he went on the turf. That's fine. Then he ran a mile. Those are the last 3 times that we saw him here last year. Now, when he returned here this year, he hadn't run since February, and he went a mile in May 12th, okay, or May 21st. That didn't work out. That's understandable. A horse coming off a layoff doesn't want to go a full mile. Then they dropped him to $20,000 claimers. He didn't pick up his feet too much and only ran a one pace sort of 5th. So they dropped him to this level last time. I mean, if they keep dropping him, maybe they found a good spot. And I thought that he was moving very well. There was an incident in that June 22nd race or June 23rd race where one of the leaders went down. He stumbled over him, ran into the paddock. But like I said, he was making a good move at the time. Chirinos is on this one. Valerie Lund put in 2. It seems the other one will go up and ensure that the pace is very honest. And I thought that Hypnotic Rhythm was in the right place at the right time today. Hopefully things go clean for him and he can come up with the win. Now, Sir Bon Bon is the horse that I used in second. Just want to touch on him very quickly because I think that this is one of the ones with the most upside. A lot of these have raced a few times this season. Sir Bon Bon has raced once. He raced 4th. He kind of sat in just behind the leaders. He was behind Elusive Freud the last time that they ran, but like I said, he's got more upside in my opinion. I think he could reverse fortunes on that one and maybe sneak into the exacta or try at a price. Now on to race number 10. We go 5 furlongs on the turf. Not an easy way to end this. I mean, none of these have really been easy along the way, but a very contentious 10th race. And I think that this is going to be one kind of like the last race last night where you look at the grid of selections, it's going to look like a bag of Skittles. We're all going to have different numbers and everybody's going to have a different opinion. So who do you like?
Well, it was hard for me not to pick one of my favorite horses on the grounds, the 5, A Rose and Wine, and she's never been worse than second on the Canterbury turf. So she's 6 for 6 in the exacta with those 4 wins, and I'm going to put her second tonight because I fancy the horse to her outside. I like Medalla Match off that Lady Canterbury effort where she went up to the front and really ran a pretty good race against a horse like She Can't Sing, who is a monster for the Lothan box. I think this is a great spot. She doesn't need the lead. She probably sits just off the pace, and when Lindy Wade wants to go, Salt of the Earth can make that move. I think the 8 and 9 are both live. I think the 4 is a super, super sneaky long shot. So I go 6, 5, 4, and 9. And like you said, I think we're going to be all over the map. It's an awesome way to end that pick 5.
Yeah, I'm like the outside horse. I don't typically like the 9-hole going 5 furlongs on any surface, but someone said so admittedly as a horse that's a little bit of a pet for me. I've scored on her in the past when she's at a decent price, and she usually is. I mean, you look up and down the line, for as well as she runs, she never goes favored, and they're not afraid to take a shot with her. They'll take her to stakes. They'll take her on the road. She's been at Prairie Meadows for her last 2, and she came up with a victory 2 back. She beat Elstown in the process, and she likes this turf course. This is just a hard-knocking filly that puts in a good effort every time. They've had a few issues with her along the way, and they've worked those out. It seems they've got her going as well as they possibly can, and I think that she should sit in the catbird seat on the outside. If people get crazy on the front end, maybe Emerald Princess, Harking, Rose and Wine, My Crafty Gal, if they all go bananas on the front end, Someone Said So is willing to lay off the pace. She's willing to draft in. She's not afraid to run between horses, and she tries every time. I think this is going to be a good spot for her at a decent price, so I'm willing to take a swing, and I went 9, 2, and 6 in the last. All right, the horses are out here for the first race. Anything that you see out there behind you, Mr. Gort?
Well, I'm looking at the prices on the board. I'm a little surprised that, but I'm actually flattered that they're betting the horse that you and I select, Stillwater Brown. We're 2-1. We think we're going to be loose on the front end. As I see the action on the board, 7-horse figured to be about 5-1. Nothing really surprising there. I guess the big surprise for me would be the horse that I have in third. Silent Sailor is jumping up there around 6-7-1 from a 2-1 morning line. I think that's too big a price, in my opinion. So if you're looking for a long shot to mix into your exotic wagering, I think the value on the board right now is the 2. But Ange and I like the 5. We think that Troy Bethke's horse is the speed of the speed, and speed has been good here all week at Canterbury.
Absolutely, especially when it gets warm like this. It can get a little tough to pass. Everybody gets tired, and they might get tired chasing. That's how we agree, and that's how we see these 10 races. Thank you for tuning in to Today at the Races. For myself, for Kevin, everybody in TV, good luck. Enjoy Extreme Day. Make sure you bet early and win big. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, happy Sunday. And this marks the return of Sir Leonard Dykert. Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler, brings them onto the track for the first race, Extreme Day, at Canterbury Park. We have no scratches and we have no jockey changes. The featured groups at Canterbury today include Centro Restaurant Employee Outing, Historic Adventure and Travel Tours, Bauer Design Build, College City Client Appreciation Day, and John and Carol's Birthday Bash. Racing also is provided in part by Atomic Data, Appalatos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca Prosecco, and Fairfield Inn & Suites, Shakopee. The first race is 5 minutes from now.
All right, Canterbury faithful, time for that early pick four, the post-time pick four every race day. Great wagering opportunity, 10% takeout, but get those bets in early. Here's the ticket that I've assembled today. It's a $36 investment. We talked about it in the Today at the Races show. I thought the first race was super tough. I went 1, 2, 5, and 7. 5 is my top pick. But I thought this race could go a lot of different ways, so we're going to spread in the first. In the second race, we're going to pare it down to 2 horses, the 3 and the 4. There's not a lot of speed in the race, so I think the 4 is loose. I think the 3 gets first run. I think the second race is pretty simple. In my opinion, that's the 2 to use. In the third race, spread a little bit, 3, 7, and 8. My top pick in the race is the 7. Figures to be 4 or 5 to 1, so we'll go 3 deep there. We'll hope to be alive to race 4. A great betting race on the turf. I'm going to use the 1, the 4, Angela's pick, and the 10. And I think it's one of those races where if we could be alive to it, it might be paying a few $100, maybe even more if you get a big upset along the way. 1, 2, 5, 7 in the first, 3, 4, then 3, 7, 8, then 1, 4, 10. It's a $36 ticket. It's the pick 4 at Canterbury with the 10% takeout. We saw an easy one to get yesterday with no real big shockers. Pay over $400. What a value. 2 minutes to that post-time pick 4. 2 minutes to Pepsi Family Day and the races being unleashed. Enjoy. See you out there.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for Family Day at Canterbury Park. We Are In It to Win It has gone in. Here is Jeromeo following Lanakila. Stillwater Brown 9-5, Silent Sailor 2-1, and 8 in the gate for the first Sunday at the park. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Uncle Al's Pal. Silent Sailor busts out of the gate loudly, and the Chestnut puts the head in front. Challenges now coming from all over the place, including We Are In It to Win It. Jeromeo is on the far outside, and Silent Sailor is fending challenges right next to the rail. About a length and a half behind that is Wildcat Sky tracking the speed, and We Are In It to Win It takes the lead, attempting to run away from Stillwater Brown, who's back in third. Then it's a huge gap to Lanakila to the outside of Uncle Al's Pal, and Sir Barnabas is last. Round about the quarter pole, We Are In It to Win It to the outside of Silent Sailor. Right behind them, Stillwater Brown. 5 behind that, Wildcat Sky and Jeromeo. To the final furlong, We Are In It to Win It indeed. Silent Sailor inside, Stillwater Brown to the outside with the pinkish blinkers chasing this 5-1 shot who means business. We Are In It to Win It. Chad Lindsay and We Are In It to Win It capture the first. Number 7, We Are In It to Win It first. 7.523 in 105.40 with a $7,500 claim standby. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up, Stillwater Brown, claimed for $7,500. The new trainer, Corey Rumsey, and the new owner, Doug Northcutt. Ladies and gentlemen, jockey's claim a foul, and it does involve the winner. We Are In It to Win It. The rider of number 5, Stillwater Brown, Harry Hernandez, is alleging Chad Lindsay and We Are In It to Win It fouled them on the far turn with about 3 furlongs to go. This jockey's objection is being analyzed by our track referees, the stewards, and we will have an answer for you shortly. This is a jockey's objection, runner-up versus winner, and the TV coverage that you see is exactly what the track referees are looking at now. The 2 in question are 7 and 5. The 7, We Are In It to Win It, is the eventual winner. The rider has the red silks, and number 5, Stillwater Brown, is the runner-up. Now, the alleged foul transpired around the far turn. So the 2 you are looking at are right next to each other. Eventual winner, red silks, and the runner-up has the pinkish colors. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, no change to the final order of finish. In the estimation of our stewards, the track referees, what you see on TV monitors right now provides insufficient evidence to disqualify the winner, number 7, We Are In It to Win It. The stewards feel in no way did number 7 cost Stillwater Brown a victory in race 1. So 7-5-2-3, soon to be official. And now on the winner's enclosure, We Are In It to Win It, and jockey Chad Lindsay. We Are In It to Win It is a 4-year-old based son of Fed Biz out of Tap It In Time, bred in Minnesota by Bertel Anderberg. The winning owner and trainer, Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Burnell Roan. The race is official. We come now to the second race. Scratch numbers 1, Beyond Brown, and 6, Miss Glorious. Racing today is provided in part by Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suite Shakopee, and JTR Roofing. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Uncle Al's pal. Silent Sailor busts out of the gate loudly, and the Chestnut puts the head in front. Challenges now coming from all over the place, including We Are In It to Win It. Jeromeo is on the far outside, and Silent Sailor is fending challenges right next to the rail. About a length and a half behind that is Wildcat Sky tracking the speed, and We Are In It to Win It takes the lead, attempting to run away from Stillwater Brown, who's back in third. Then it's a huge gap to Lanakila to the outside of Uncle Al's pal, and Sir Barnabas is last. Round about the quarter pole, We Are In It to Win It to the outside of Silent Sailor. Right behind them, Stillwater Brown. 5 behind that, Wildcat Sky and Jeromeo to the final furlong. We Are In It to Win It indeed. Silent Sailor inside, Stillwater Brown to the outside with the pinkish blinkers chasing this 5-1 shot who means business. We Are In It to Win It. Chad Lindsay and We Are In It to Win It capture the first. Racing at Canterbury provided in part by Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond.
Excellent ride by Chad Lindsay in race number 1. It looked like on paper there'd be other horses that might have a chance to get the lead. He was the aggressor early, and he got the money late at 5-1. A great start to that post-time pick 4. If you had that one, congrats. 3 more hurdles to overcome. This looked like the race on the pick 4 side of things early that might be the most formful. You can see by the betting there are a couple of horses dominating, and we're going to remind you all day long with the crowd as it continues to grow here on Extreme Day that you want to get your bets in early. You want to get everything done in efficient fashion, and you want to be as helpful as you can to your patrons that are with you. It's a game of patience on a day where we're likely going to have 10 to 15,000 fans. The other thing is, if you hit something along the way, stop inside these glass doors by the paddock. The Leg Up Fund is so valuable to our racetrack and to our jockeys. For the men and women that risk their lives for our entertainment, when they are disabled or cannot ride and banged up, like we got a couple right now on the shelf, it's really a lifesaver. And so if you hit a ticket today, have a little luck, stop by the Leg Up Fund, make that donation. We're going to do a big fundraiser here later this month, July 30th. The Leg Up Fund, really important to Canterbury, just inside those glass doors. Let's help you make that money here in race number 2. It's a 1-mile race, claimers, going 2 turns. Very evenly matched, as I mentioned, and I think a couple of favorites that are going to be tough to get around, a couple of key scratches as well. We'll start with number 2, Brahms Is Who, and this horse last time out was facing tougher competition on the turf, and class drop helps, the natural speed helps for sure. We'll see if this horse can put it all together here today. Certainly not taking a lot of early money at the windows at 10-1. My pick in the race is going to be the 3. I like Stylin' and Profilin', another horse that I think is sitting on a good race. I like the turf to dirt. I loved Kelsey Haar's ride in the nightcap last night, skimming that rail and getting all the money for those pick 5 players. I think she gets a similar trip. I think she can sit just off the pace. She can tuck in behind. She can save ground. And when the real running starts, I think she'll be poised to pounce. Right now, 5-2, second choice on the board. Number 4 is Speedy Enough. The name fits. This horse is super fast. Hey, I see Pete Matson's name as the trainer and breeder. Where have I seen that before? Oh, that's right. Last night in the winner's circle with Dr. Oscar. Another huge win for Mr. Matson. And this horse last time out just ran a huge race. Crushed a field that was similar going shorter. Now they stretch out. Looks like Lone Speed. And I think Speedy Enough is really hard to get around if you're putting together exactas, tries, and superfectas. The one to catch is the one to beat. Number 5 is Prance, big closer in play. How about the stakes dropper? Last seen against $100,000 stakes horses in the Lady Canterbury. Expect Prance to lay back early, and then a far turn, you'll hear Paul Allen talking about the horse starting to pick them off one by one. That's the game plan for Prance. If they go quick, and if the favorites get stuck early battling, maybe Prance can come get that money at 9-2. Number 7 is Milligan Mike and Me. Lindy Wade gets the call here off a sharp win where the horse showed speed and then pounced in the Canterbury stretch. In good form, taking some money, 9-2. Outside horses, Cha. Cha was claimed last time. Here's a confident move. When you see a horse claim for $4,000 and the next time they race, they're in against $10,000 claimers, they probably feel like they got a pretty good claim in play. So on the confident move up in class and the stretch out, I expect speed and I expect the horse to run another good race. 6-1 is fair on Cha. You can see the horses are still in their saddling area. It's very hot here, and they're going to try to limit the time the horses are out here in the sun. So we're all adjusting on the fly here on Extreme Day. So again, start to get ready to get those bets in. Start to head to those lines. Right now, you've got 10 minutes, and it's going to be a little longer time than normal to get those bets in. A little shorter time for the horses in this heat. We try to take care of those equine athletes. Race 2 in 10. Welcome to Family Day. Welcome to Extreme Day. It's all right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And the call to the post brings them onto the track for the second, scratch numbers 1 and 6. If you are a current Canterbury MVP card holder and would like to bet on your phones and avoid lines, go to the first or third floor information booths and let them know you'd like to sign up to use First Bet. That is First Bet. We can aid you with that. Canterbury Park, an extreme day bonus. T-shirts flying into the crowd from the winner's circle. So make a little noise. It's post time into the gate for the second. One left.
Get a horse back!
They all in.
You're locked!
And now, away they go. Brahms is who popped nicely, but has been overtaken by Stylin' and Profilin'. Speedy enough, trying to win 2 in a row. The riders trying to sweep the double, and on the stretch out, Speedy enough is up near the lead, now joined by Cha. And Cha, going around 2 turns for the first time in quite some time, takes the lead. And with 6 furlongs to go, it's Cha from Speedy is enough. Stylin' and Profilin' between them. Milligan and Mike right next to that 3. And that quartet heads up the barn side, separated by 2. Then it's about 2.5, now 3, back to Prance, who's to the outside of Brahms is who. And they head up the Canterbury Park barn side on a beautiful Sunday. And the leader narrowly is Cha from Speedy is enough, badgering to the inside. Milligan and Mike about a length back to the outside. Stylin' and Profilin' is 4th, but a very close 4th, just behind the leaders. And 2 clear from Prance, who goes on the move. Brahms is who, 8 lengths from the front. Milligan and Mike making a move on Speedy enough. Between them is Cha. After that, Stylin' and Profilin'. Kelsey has nowhere to go, blocked by equine athletes. And outside Prance now. Stylin' and Profilin' sneaks through on the inside. Beautiful move by Kelsey Haar. And Stylin' and Profilin' has taken the lead. Speedy is enough, tries to cut with that one. After that, Milligan and Mike. Outside of that is Prance. And they're into the final 110. Stylin' and Profilin' is Stylin' and Profilin'. Prance trying to get that one on the outside, but it's not happening. Stylin' and Profilin'. Well done, Miss Haar. Number 3, Stylin' and Profilin'. First. 3, 4, and a photo. 139.10 the final time. And we had a claim in race number 2. The numbers: 3, 4, 5, 2. Second race is official. That first double today, $18.80. Exacta and trifecta, 5 and change. 10-cent superfecta, $4.37. To the winner's enclosure for the 4th time in her career and first time this year, Stylin' and Profilin'. and Kelsey Haar. They get the plus part of the purse. The winning owner, Tyree Wolosensky, and the winning trainer, Clint Stewart. Stylin' and Profilin' is a 5-year-old brown mare by Tapiger out of Frequent Flyer, bred in Minnesota by Scott Pierce. Race number 3, about 22 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by our official vehicle sponsor, Apple Autos. Also on level number 2, we have a new food option called Nacho y Tacho. It's Canterbury Park's Tater Tot Nachos. Level 2, Nacho y Tacho.
You're locked.
Now, away they go. Brahms is who popped nicely, but has been overtaken by Stylin' and Profilin'. Speedy enough, trying to win 2 in a row. The riders trying to sweep the double in on the stretch out. Speedy enough is up near the lead, now joined by Cha. And Cha, going around 2 turns for the first time in quite some time, takes the lead. And with 6 furlongs to go, it's Cha from Speedy is enough. Stylin' and Profilin' between them. Milligan and Mike right next to that 3. And that quartet heads up the barn side, separated by 2. Then it's about 2.5, now 3, back to Prance, who's to the outside of Brahms is who. And they head up the Canterbury Park barn side on a beautiful Sunday. And the leader narrowly is Cha from Speedy is enough, badgering to the inside. Milligan and Mike about a length back to the outside. Stylin' and Profilin' is 4th, but a very close 4th, just behind the leaders. And 2 clear from Prance, who goes on the move. Brahms is who, 8 lengths from the front. Milligan and Mike making a move on Speedy enough. Between them is Cha. After that, Stylin' and Profilin'. Kelsey has nowhere to go, blocked by equine athletes. And outside Prance now. Stylin' and Profilin' sneaks through on the inside. Beautiful move by Kelsey Haar. And Stylin' and Profilin' has taken the lead. Speedy is enough, tries to cut with that one. After that, Milligan and Mike. Outside of that is Prance. And they're into the final 110. Stylin' and Profilin' is Stylin' and Profilin'. Prance trying to get that one on the outside, but it's not happening. Stylin' and Profilin'. Well done, Miss Haar. Ladies and gentlemen, in race 2, number 4, Speedy Enough, was claimed by Jose Silva Jr. He's the owner-trainer.
Yes, she gets another win. Styling and profiling. Boy, it seems like she felt a little less pressure today. She gets the job done at 6-5, takes home the second race. Now that leads us into the third, going a mile, and we're going to bring around the boys. This time we have 8 going in the gate. Your favorite at last check was 2-1 on the outside, Buckster Hooter. But we'll start at the other end of the gate with Just Ask Joel. Just Ask Joel was in a race that kind of got affected by an incident with a horse getting injured, but Just Ask Joel was behind that one. And Hattie's Jewel put a big margin on everybody, as well as top of the game and Side Street Dave. That margin of defeat is not what it appears. That's all I'm getting at. Just Ask Joel could improve today, comes from a little bit off the pace, but frankly ran better down in Texas than he has up here thus far. Just Ask Joel should be a healthy price as a result. Right now you get 12-1 on the inside runner. Bourbon Tan changes hands today and comes off the turf course. The last time that this one was on the dirt, it was October 15th of last year. But that was a 5-furlong race. Maybe he's better tuned to two-turn races. Has shown a little bit of speed on the turf, and Miguel Arroyo should be out there probably contending with things early. I thought it wouldn't be an easy task for him next to Spirit Mission. I think these two might get out there and make life hard on each other, but he's 8-1 on the board right now, 5-1 on the horse just to his outside, and that's Spirit Mission, who scratched yesterday to run in this spot. Came up with a good second last time behind Top of the Game. Top of the Game is not an easy horse to beat when he gets to that level, and Spirit Mission gave him everything he could, but that was a pretty soft pace on the front end. It was a very well rationed ride by Kelsey Haar, who looks to put wins back to back. She'll be aboard Spirit Mission again, and again they were only a length short at 6-1. Fought well, but Spirit Mission is a little light on the win end of things, 3 for 56 to be exact, but this should be another good race for him, and maybe one that you'd want to include in your verticals. 5-1 is pretty square on him. 3-1 on Alley Cat for a similar sort of horse with a similar sort of record. Alley Cat has good tactical speed. He doesn't like to go to the lead necessarily the same way Spirit Mission does, but Alley Cat made a good first impression in his first start at Canterbury. He didn't ever fall too far behind. He didn't make up too much ground. He was just a half length behind Spirit Mission. He did get one of those 3 lifetime wins 2 starts ago, and that was out at Golden Gate Fields. Things are much different here for Alley Cat, though. All of his winning has been done on synthetics and on the turf. Of course, that's all you have to pick from at Golden Gate Fields, so I guess you take that with a grain of salt. But Alley Cat right now is at 3-1, and for a horse with that record, I guess I would demand a little bit higher price. 13-1 is the price on Bonita Rapids. Comes off 5th place, but a 3rd place prior to that down at Turf Paradise. They're going to stretch him back out, and the last time that he did so, came up with the same sorts of finishes from just off the pace. Constantino Roman will take a turn on this one. He's 7 for 56, and 6 of those wins have come in these sort of conditions, so Bonita Rapids a little bit better value on the board than either of the two to his inside, in my opinion. I didn't use him in the top 3, but he is usable if you do like to play supers and whatnot. Same thing goes for Yak. 3 for 35 on Yak, but he does have a couple of on the board finishes here at Canterbury, 3 for 6 to be exact. Yak last race on a good track, not necessarily his best game. He gets Carlo Lopez today. That was a 4th place finish in the aforementioned top of the game race. These are all fairly close together at the end. You could use all of them, and I would consider using the better prices out of the bunch. And right now that is him. He's 11-1, that being Yak. Maybe Carlo Lopez can shake this one up. He certainly likes to work in the morning. This one puts in a lot of bullets, but doesn't necessarily follow through with it in the afternoon. And I don't know, unless he gets on a very slow, moderate pace again, I think Yak will probably be a little bit further back off the pace than he was last time around. You get 4-1 on He Could Go All the Way. This is the selection of Kevin Gorg. Luis Valenzuela will team up with him again. They've been on the turf together than last time they went on the dirt, and they come out of a little bit better race, at least as far as the price tag goes. Lolly Express won another one that day, and Shinny defeated this one 2 starts ago. We've talked about Shinny a number of times this season and the extraordinary record that he's compiled here at Canterbury. He could go all the way, stayed closer to the pace last time, seems to be a more comfortable spot for him, and he could be another pace contributor in this already kind of speed-heavy field. 5-2 on the outside for Buckster Hooter. I kind of saw it as a good race for him on the drop with a little bit of speed to his inside. He'll still need to probably stay a little bit closer than he has in recent times. It's just been a kind track to speed, but Buckster Hooter is 5-2 on the board right now. I would take that, and for a horse who has 4 out of his 11 lifetime wins right here at Canterbury, and most of that work being done in 2 turns, he seems like a pretty good fit. And Buckster Hooter again makes that drop. He's dropping out of stakes, or the starter allowance company, that is, and an off the turf event last time at that. The last time that he was against straight claimers, he won. That was down at Delta, and that was against $7,500 types. Seems like a similar sort of race here. And 5-2 probably won't last. I mean, maybe you'll get down to under 2-1, but I still think he's the horse to beat. He's the one I got on top. 8, 4, and 7. You have 9 minutes with which to bet this 3rd race. They're out here in the paddock now, and they'll head to the track shortly. Remember, get in line early. If you have your bets ready, go bet them now. These lines are going to continue to grow. As our crowd grows, we've got Camels coming up after this one, too. Angela Herman up here to do the Kevin Gorg power play for you today, as we agree on the horse that he's put in here. Obviously, I'm not going to have a whole bunch of time to get through it, but the power play is Future Perfect. I think we're going to be taking a look at Future Perfect's running lines most recently, especially at Canterbury. He's being very forgiving. There's some red flags, there's some positive signs. Out of a war chant mare, with his excellent record on the turf, Future Perfect has run his very best here at Canterbury Park. He broke his maiden here last summer, going 7.5 at the end of our meet, and then came back fairgrounds. That's okay. Those races get a little bit contentious. Showed much more of what he has to bring to the table on June 18th, finishing third in a 5-furlong turf sprint won by Bayou Colonel, where he did go off favored. There's a few things, some slow works, something in between, but these slow works are more just maintenance sort of works for this horse. Future Perfect looks like he'll be in an excellent pace scenario. He's back at his favorite track, and he's 9-2. What more could you want from a power play? We're going to watch Future Perfect's 5-furlong turf sprint here. And Future Perfect is in these neon silks, in between runners, not the most comfortable spot to be in. That's okay. Future Perfect has enough speed to get up and get going to the front. In 5-furlong turf races, you'd think that 7.5 should be no problem to get the early lead. He does take a bit of heat, as you can see to his outside. Candy Prince and St. Charles both make this pace a little hotter than he probably wants to go. Stretching out in distance, this horse should be able to ration that speed along, go at a little bit slower tempo, and have a bit more gas in the tank down the stretch. Now you can see that he hangs around well around the turn, shrugs off some of his other pace competition, does get run down in the stretch, but again, an excellent prep for a race like today, and maybe even a better price than the 9-5 he was that afternoon. That's the power play. It's Future Perfect. That's coming up a little bit later on the card. Right now, the third is headed to the gate. Ball?
And they've reached the gate. It is now post time for the third race. Buckster Hooter, 8-5, and the win wagering favorite. Camel Racing following this, the third race. Buckster Hooter goes in with Harry. Here they come. And they're racing. Good beginning for He Could Go All the Way. Just Ask Joel at 25-1 being ridden for speed. Spirit Mission also with a spirited start to the inside of Bonita Rapids. After that, Bourbon Tan, about 5 lengths from the lead, just in the shade of Just Ask Joel. Then we come back to Alley Cat. The gray is Yak, the one in last. Buckster Hooter, that one is 2-1 in favored as they corner. And the field is separated by 9 lengths, and up goes He Could Go All the Way and Luis Valenzuela. Spirit Mission and Kelsey Haar creeping through to the inside. Now they travel in perfect harmony, and in fact, Spirit Mission has grabbed the lead in the middle stages. Bonita Rapids lay third, 2 lengths from the lead. Buckster Hooter out of last, wide, about 6 out of it. Still behind Just Ask Joel and Bourbon Tan. Then it's Alley Cat, and the one in last is Yak, 10 lengths from the speed. Spirit Mission ahead, re-engaging. He Could Go All the Way. Bonita Rapids getting a great trip if good enough. Buckster Hooter, 8 lengths from the lead, being ridden rigorously and needs to do much more. Just Ask Joel still in front of him, and up top, Spirit Mission, and He Could Go All the Way. They're locked in battle, and He Could Go All the Way has taken the lead from Spirit Mission. The lead is tenuous as Spirit Mission fights back diligently on the inside. Spirit Mission has reclaimed the lead at 6-1, and Kelsey has gone back to back. 3-7 photo for third. Number 3, Spirit Mission ran first at 6 to 1. 3, 7, 4, 8. Number 8, Buckster Hooter, was claimed for $6,250. The new trainer, Carl Broberg, and the new owners, Rocket Wrench Racing. They win a two-way shake for Buckster Hooter. And the third race is official. Exacta $31.90. 10-cent Superfecta $20.69. The first pick 3 today, $75.05. And the 50-cent Trifecta, $51.45. Coming up after the winner's circle ceremony, gather around the winner's circle or head down by the fence adjacent to the track. Camel racing to commemorate Extreme Day. That's coming up very shortly. To the winner's circle, Spirit Mission. Back-to-back victories for Kelsey Haar. The winning owner, Rick Tappy, and the winning trainer, Greg Eitchen. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Busch Light. We have a deli sandwich shop at Canterbury called Bo Diddley's. It's on level 1, right across from the Cutwater Club. Bo Diddley's is fantastic with subs, salads, and other deli specials. Stop by Bo Diddley's. Get yourself a Canterbury snack. Camel racing coming up very shortly. They're racing. Good beginning for He Could Go All the Way. Just Ask Joel at 25 to 1 being ridden for speed. Spirit Mission also with a spirited start to the inside of Bonita Rapids. After that, Bourbon Tan, about 5 lengths from the lead, just in the shade of Just Ask Joel. Then we come back to Alley Cat. The gray is Yak, the one in last. Buckster Hooter, that one is 2 to 1 in favored as they corner. And the field is separated by 9 lengths, and up goes He Could Go All the Way and Luis Valenzuela. Spirit Mission and Kelsey Haar creeping through to the inside. Now they travel in perfect harmony, and in fact, Spirit Mission has grabbed the lead in the middle stages. Bonita Rapids lay third, 2 lengths from the lead. Buckster Hooter out of last, wide, about 6 out of it. Still behind Just Ask Joel and Bourbon Tan. Then it's Alley Cat, and the one in last is Yak, 10 lengths from the speed. Spirit Mission ahead, re-engaging. He Could Go All the Way. Bonita Rapids getting a great trip if good enough. Buckster Hooter, 8 lengths from the lead, being ridden rigorously and needs to do much, much more. Just Ask Joel still in front of him. And up top, Spirit Mission and He Could Go All the Way. They're locked in battle, and He Could Go All the Way has taken the lead from Spirit Mission. The lead is tenuous as Spirit Mission fights back diligently on the inside. Spirit Mission has reclaimed the lead at 6 to 1, and Kelsey has gone back to back. 3-7 Photo for third.
Butler on the 2, Ortiz on the 3, and Alonso on the 4. That works? You're on Humpty Dumpty. Don't have a great fall. Sorry, I had to do it. I know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Camels have hit the track. Head on down here to the grandstand apron near the winner's circle. You are about to witness one of the most spectacular endeavors of the entire 2022 meet here at Canterbury Park. The Camels feel right at home in this desert-like weather in Shakopee, and they are ready to race for your entertainment, pleasure, and side bets, as always, are strongly encouraged. I will announce the horses and the jockey assignments with that morning line. And Kelsey Hart, by the way, back-to-back wins, and she's going to look for 3 in a row. She rides the 1, Camel Anderson. Kelsey Hart aboard. The odds are 5-1 with the hot jock on Camel Anderson. Next in line, ridden by Mr. Bo Butler, here is Cameron Diaz. Cameron. Number 3, ridden by Isaiah Ortiz. Give it up for Camel Mile. Camel Mile, looking good. And next in line, good-looking gray, number 4, ridden by Alonso Quinones. Here he is, Humpty Dumpty at 80-1. 80-1 long shot. Kelsey Hart is 5-1 on Camel Anderson. Bo Butler 7-2 on Cameron Diaz. Camel Miler is 6-1, and Humpty Dumpty looking not to give a great fall to Alonso Quinones at 80-1. The Camels are set to meet their riders. It was a late rider change on number 1 when they saw Kelsey was hot. The owners of Camel Anderson were down here in the winner's circle recruiting her to ride that 1 camel. How do you go against the hot jock on a hot Sunday? Bo Butler's eyeing up the Camels. He's ready. He's ready for number 2 as they parade around. Get your bets in now. They're soon to join the riders, and we're soon to have a race. Later today, after race 5, we'll take another break and bring out the birds. The ostriches after race 5, and the zebras will be after race 7. Here comes Alonso Quinones in that bright orange helmet. He looks excited for the endeavor. He's ready to ride Humpty Dumpty today. They're getting their final instructions here. You can see right there both Kelsey and Alonso. Strict instructions from the camel handler. We want a good, clean race here. We don't want the stewards to be busy with one of those objections. Again, we can't have that. The riders are ready to roll here. Camels are warmed up, but they are ready to race. Get those bets in now. Kelsey's on the 1. There she goes. Camel Anderson getting set to meet her rider. Here comes Alonso. He's eyeing up Humpty Dumpty. That looks like a real good camel there. Look at that Humpty Dumpty. They're going to head down near the starting gate. We got about 2 minutes here to the race. The Camels are approaching the starting position. Oh, you can feel the tension down here in the winner's circle. People are excited to see how fast these Camels will roll. Ostriches after the 5th, zebras after the 7th, but right now it's like we're in the desert. We're going to run down that stretch on the Camels.
I'm going to leave this stuff over.
All right, you see the Camels getting assembled now behind the starting gate. They're moving in line. Hump day on a Sunday at the park. Here we go. Give them a big hand. When they get out of the gate, give them their encouragement. Very brave riders once more. Kelsey Hart on the 1, Bo Butler on the 2, Isaiah Ortiz on the 3, and Alonso Quinones on the 4. We're just about set for camel racing at Canterbury. Moving in. You can see right now the assistant starters helping load the camels into that starting gate. There's Camel Anderson moving into the inside mark. There's Kelsey Haar about set to join. It's a long way up there, Kels. This isn't a racehorse. This is a camel. And there she goes. Kelsey's up. And she's almost on Camel Anderson. Look at Camel Anderson. Just can't wait to show off in front of this big Sunday crowd. Checking them out right now. Camel peeking out that gate. Good looking inside. 5-1 if you're fancying Camel Anderson for Kelsey. Next in line we have Camel Ron Diaz with Bo Butler. Bo set to join. The 2 is 7-2. There goes Bo in the red. Bo's climbing aboard. He has no fear. You can see a little shorter version of the camel. Camel Ron Diaz can't see up over the gate like Camel Anderson. Bo is aboard. Bo is on. We're halfway loaded here. Oh, tuck it in down low. Four camels been loaded. Humpty Dumpty's in. There goes Alonso Quinones. Look at him get aboard. There he is in that orange hat. Last one in line is Camel Mile. Whoopsies. All right. Hey, look at that mouth. Good looking mouth there. Camel Mile moving in. We're almost set for a start. Here we go. Isaiah Ortiz moving on. We'll get some last minute instructions from the starter in the cowboy hat. And we're set for a race. Get your bets in now. We're ready to roll. And there they go inside. Camel Anderson's fast. Here comes Camel Ron Diaz. Way to the outside. Look out for Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty's charging. Humpty Dumpty's 80-1. Boom! Humpty Dumpty did not have a great fall. He had a great run. Unbelievable. Alonso Quinones gets the job done. Well done. Give him a round of applause. The Camels doing their thing. Hey, hey, hey. What do you say? If you've got kids and you want a little picture, we're going to bring the camels into the winner's circle. You can gather around the winner's circle and get a very up close and fun picture of the camels as they're going to be paraded into the winner's circle. Come on down, bring the kiddies and get a picture. There's the replay of Humpty Dumpty by a long neck as the longest shot on the board. Look at Alonso. Beautiful form indeed. Camels coming to the winner's circle. Picture time. If you have a little interest in having the kids get their picture taken near the camels, they'll be in the winner's circle. It sounds like a great opportunity. Put something on social media. Tag Canterbury Park. You can tag Extreme Day. And what fun we're having out here. And we're just getting started. Ostriches after the 5th. Zebras after the 7th. And still 7 more great thoroughbred races. Here come the camels into the winner's circle. All right, camels. Careful now. Way to go, Alonso. Nice, nice. The winner, Humpty Dumpty. Camels loving the crowd, loving all the kids here. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool, sweetie. Yeah, it is. How about that? All right, there's Humpty Dumpty celebrating his win, kind of showing off down here. And there it is, the winner's circle picture led by Alonso Quinones and the victorious Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty making a lot of noise down here, letting his friends know that he was best today. He is celebrating indeed. After the 5th, we get the ostriches. Here come the birds after the 5th. After the 7th, we'll have the zebras. Keep those kids close by. The fun and games is just beginning. I'll be out in the paddock. We'll get ready for the 4th race. But right now, the camels got to go get a drink of water and chill. Well done, camels. Well done, Alonso. All right, we're back out in the paddock. We get set back to horse racing here for a couple of races at Canterbury, and race number 4 looks like quite the handicapping puzzle. We've got a big field of 10 after the scratch of the 3. Pick 4, we're alive on that ticket we talked about earlier to the 1, 4, and 10. We'll see if we can get that home. And just in general, looks like a very interesting race to try to figure out. Once again, we're going to try to get this wrapped up early so you can get to the windows and get your bets in and avoid those lines. We'll start with my top pick. There it is, number 1, Exeter. Harry Hernandez gets the call here for the Silva gang. I like that effort last time out behind Chocolate Ice Cream. So the 4-horse beat this horse last time, but the 1 had a troubled trip, and I think this horse gets a better trip this time. Cozy inside post, a jockey who's heating up and is such a good jockey at that. So I'll use that horse. The 2 is interesting because it might be the quickest horse out of the gate. That's Side Street Dave off an impressive win. And when you see a horse win like that on the main track and the connections go to the turf, they're not doing it just to have some fun and try something different. They think the horse is sharp and can handle this endeavor, and Kelsey Haar's red hot. Jockey looks for 3 straight wins on Side Street Dave. I expect that is the horse that they're going to have to catch. The 4 Chocolate Ice Cream is in great form. That was a big win last time out and did it the right way. Sat off the pace like a professional and came and got the money. Got claimed out of that race, but you do get Luis Fuentes back, one of the best turf riders at Canterbury all season long if you look at the statistics. And this horse is the horse to beat. Angela Herman touted this one, and I trust her. 5-2 looks like a real nice play here in this race. 5 Sierra Hotel is a Cajun invader from Louisiana Downs, in good form. Has some Canterbury form, too. If you go back in the daily racing form, 9 career starts on our turf, 7 for 9 in the top 3, and that prevails very nicely for a 9-1 shot up on the board. I'm surprised with the price on the 6 P Club. 6-1 morning line. We're getting more than double that at 13. I'm going to mix the 6 into my trifectas and superfectas. I think this horse gets a great stalking trip from near the lead. Next in line is the 7, Mr. Who's got speed, also in good form. And you get Alonso Quinones and 7-1. What a betting race. 8 Unbroken Song. Last time out at 44-1 was only beaten by a length and change. Keep an eye on that horse late. Starts slow, but does finish strong. 9, Hatchet Creek has speed. Ships in from Chicago, and Chicago shippers have done very well this season on the turf at Canterbury. 10 Horse is the horse that I've got in my analysis as my 3rd pick, also alive in the pick 4 to this horse. I wrote down Sneaky when I was handicapping a couple days ago because 3 for 32 career-wise does not tell the story. This gray is in great form right now. Won a race 2 back and just looks like a horse sitting on a big effort. Should get some speed to run at and will be charging from the back of the pack. 11 has a tough post, but you get Luis Valenzuela, who's a good gate jockey, and you get a horse with some natural speed. So, wide open affair. You can see the lowest price on the board right now is nearly 3-1. I've got the race 1, 4, 10. Who do you like? Figure it out right now. Get to the windows. It's time to play the races. It's race number 4. I'll be back to take you through the 5th. And don't forget, after the 5th, we've got ostriches. We close the pick 4 right here. Good luck if you're alive. And have some fun watching turf racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. He brings them onto the track. Then they head to a firm turf course for the fourth. Scratch number 3, Astonishing Tweet. The fourth race is courtesy of Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. We also thank Holiday Inn Express and Suites in Shakopee. We have special rates for Canterbury Park fans.
We're out just in front of the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle, and on an extreme day, we've got an extreme kind of race to add in with the human ranks. This is the Dizzy Race. Got 3 gentlemen out here. Come on a little bit closer, you guys. Introduce yourselves, tell them where you're from, and we're going to get to the Dizzies.
My name's Jack. I'm from New Richmond, Wisconsin.
My name's Luke. I'm also from New Richmond, Wisconsin. My name's Will, and I'm also from New Richmond, Wisconsin.
Will, you wore the wrong shoes for a Dizzy Race, my friend, but all you got to do is get in line over here. You guys are going to spin for 10 seconds, and then you're going to race down to the finish line. And I'm going to try to make things a little more interesting. I'm wearing a dizzying dress here, so spin as you will. Try not to get sick and get down there first. Whoever gets there first will win a daily double pack. That's some good stuff for today and some good stuff for the future. Are you ready? Spin! Spin, 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 spin. Oh, those shoes are going to be a mess by the time you're done. Go, 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 go. Are they at 10 seconds? Megan, are they at 10 seconds? Go! Go! Run, 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 run! Oh my goodness. Thought you were all going to make it to the end. Thought you were all going to make it to the end. Who won? It's hard to see from here. Okay, all right. I'm sorry about what I said about your shoes. Don't worry. You have a daily double pack. You can win yourself some money and buy a new pair of Chucks. Congratulations. Come on back, guys. The other 2 get free admission passes. And thank you for dizzying yourselves right in the middle of our Extreme Day card. We have 1 minute to post. They're going to head out to the turf course very shortly. Your 3-to-1 favorite right now, chocolate ice cream in the 4th.
In line for the fourth. Chocolate Ice Cream, 5-2. Exeter, 2-1, and favored. We have one back. Cramden, last in line. They're in the gate. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Chocolate Ice Cream at 5-2. Pinched right back to last. Mr. Who at 9-1 pops out of the gate, showing some good speed. And now Side Street Dave comes zinging through just to the outside of Exeter, and 2 and 7 go 1-2. Exeter was in tightly just off the heels of Side Street Dave. Then we come back to Hatchet Creek to the outside of P Club. The 10-year-old Prominent about 5 lengths from the front to the outside of the 5 Sierra Hotel here from Louisiana Downs. 5 after that to the gray Unbroken Song, 2.5 clear from Cramden. After that, Chocolate Ice Cream and Seeking Refuge is 15 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn they go, and Side Street Dave trying to provide the winner, the rider with 3 wins in a row. Pressured by Mr. Who to the outside, and 2 and 7 have run away from Exeter. Exeter's to the outside of Sierra Hotel, then it's P Club. After that, Unbroken Song, 10 lengths from it. Hatchet Creek behind that one. Then it's Cramden. The 8-year-old Chocolate Ice Cream running into all kinds of problems far out of it. Side Street Dave trying to give them the slip. Between them is Sierra Hotel, and on the outside is Mr. Who. Exeter with Harry beginning to take off into the final football field. Exeter and Side Street Dave with Sierra Hotel. Here it is. Tight photo. Look like the one Exeter with Harry, but it's very tight. Photo finish, tight photo finish. Please hold all tickets. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows 1 Exeter ran first, 1-5-7-2. 3 claims in race number 4. The winner, Exeter, claimed for $7,500 by trainer Vic Hansen for owner Jimmy Skinner. Number 4, Chocolate Ice Cream, claimed by trainer Carl Broberg for Rocket Wrench Racing. They won a 2-way shake for that 4. And the 3rd place finisher, Mr. Who, claimed by trainer Matt Williams for owners John Smales and Dennis Gilligan. It's official. The pick 4 paid $256. Post time pick 4 $256. 10-cent superfecta 101. 3-1 double $27. The pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4 $41.85. That exacta 1-5 paid $21.70, and the trifecta $76. Into the winner's circle, it is Exeter and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer, Gabriel Silva Rodriguez. Race 5 is just about 20 minutes from now, following the 5th, the Ostriches race on the main track. But first, race 5, scratch number 6, Super Fortunate. This one begins another pick 4. This one on races 5 through 8. It's only 50 cents. The 5th race at Canterbury is courtesy of Pepsi, our official soft drink provider. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Chocolate Ice Cream at 5-2. Pinched right back to last. Mr. Who at 9-1 pops out of the gate, showing some good speed. And now Side Street Dave comes zinging through just to the outside of Exeter, and 2 and 7 go 1-2. Exeter was in tightly just off the heels of Side Street Dave. Then we come back to Hatchet Creek to the outside of P Club. The 10-year-old Prominent about 5 lengths from the front to the outside of the 5 Sierra Hotel here from Louisiana Downs. 5 after that to the gray Unbroken Song, 2.5 clear from Cramden. After that, Chocolate Ice Cream and Seeking Refuge is 15 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn they go, and Side Street Dave trying to provide the winner, the rider with 3 wins in a row. Pressured by Mr. Who to the outside, and 2 and 7 have run away from Exeter. Exeter's to the outside of Sierra Hotel, then it's P Club. After that, Unbroken Song, 10 lengths from it. Hatchet Creek behind that one. Then it's Cramden. The 8-year-old Chocolate Ice Cream running into all kinds of problems far out of it. Side Street Dave trying to give them the slip. Between them is Sierra Hotel, and on the outside is Mr. Who. Exeter with Harry beginning to take off into the final football field. Exeter and Side Street Dave with Sierra Hotel. Here it is. Tight photo. Look like the one Exeter with Harry, but it's very tight. Stillwater Brown. 5 behind that, Wildcat Sky and Jeromeo to the final furlong. We are in it to win it indeed. Silent Sailor inside, Stillwater Brown to the outside with the pinkish blinkers chasing this 5-1 shot who means business. We are in it to win it. Chad Lindsay, and we are in it to win it. Capture the first. In the lead. Speedy is enough, tries to cut with that one. After that, Milligan and Mike. Outside of that is Prance, and they're into the final 110. Styling and profiling is styling and profiling. Prance trying to get that one on the outside, but it's not happening. Styling and profiling. Well done, Miss Har. Spirit Mission, and he could go all the way. They're locked in battle, and he could go all the way. Has taken the lead from Spirit Mission. The lead is tenuous as Spirit Mission fights back diligently on the inside. Spirit Mission has reclaimed the lead at 6-1, and Kelsey has gone back to back. 3-7 Photo for third. Cream running into all kinds of problems far out of it. Side Street Dave trying to give them the slip. Between them is Sierra Hotel, and on the outside is Mr. Who. Exeter with Harry beginning to take off into the final football field. Exeter and Side Street Dave with Sierra Hotel. Here it is. Tight photo. Look like the one Exeter with Harry, but it's very tight.
Another spine tingler on the turf, and Exeter gets the money in race number 4. We go back to the main track here for the 5th, and we scratch number 6, Super Fortune. You can see early on, Bayou Betty is taking the early money, bet down under 2-1. Let's take a look at the field here as they're under the enclosure a little longer today with the heat. We're trying to keep these horses cool and in the shade, so it's a little different cadence. Remember to get those bets in early. The crowd is large right now. After this race, we've got those pesky birds. The Ostriches will be here, so get ready for that, and remember to get in line or use those betting machines a little early with the big crowd. This race starts on middle pick 4. Good betting opportunity with number 1, Citrus Bay, leading them out. Citrus Bay's got good early speed, stretches out from some good sprints. 11-1's a fair price on this horse. We'll see if Miguel Arroyo can get this horse loose on the front. There is a lot of speed, at least on paper, as I handicap the race. My top pick in the race is a price right now. Number 2 is Ardenwood, currently 7-1 up on the board. I think this horse has some versatility, has natural speed, but probably can sit just off the pace. It's Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson. They popped already this season. I'm going to try them again, turf to dirt, and 7-1. Number 3, Seeking Splendor. Lindy Wade gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. Last time out in the mud, came flying from the back of the pack to score at 4-1. That was July 7th, so 9 days rest was the question mark for me. I'll tell you one thing. The 3-horse is a closer in a world of speed. The pace should be hot. The 3 should be flying late. Number 4 is a part of that pace. It is the speedy Samyaza. Another Mac Robertson horse. Luis Valenzuela gets the call. This horse lost an absolute aorta smasher last time. Did all the dirty work. Looked like a winner with 50 yards to go at nearly 23-1 and lost a head bob on the wire. Razor sharp with speed. You get Mac Robertson and 5-1. Here's the horse that the fans have fallen in love with. It's Bayou Benny, the Minnesota bred. Tony Rengsdorf, the trainer, always good, but boy, he's heating up right now, starting to get some wins, including one of the stakes races last night. You get Harry Hernandez also on an influential run. He has good natural speed. He can sit off the pace like he did last year in a $100,000 stakes race called the Minnesota Derby when he ran second to a super nice horse called the Alligator Hunter. Bayou Benny, the horse to beat. The fans think so at 2-1. Number 7 is Cousin Vinny's a Canuck. Luis Fuentes for Joel Burnt. Maybe the most potent trainer-jockey combination this season at Canterbury. Together, they are winning near 30%. Now, in horse racing, 10% is kind of the benchmark for doing good things. They're triple that. So congrats to Burnt and Fuentes. The hot connections are a juicy 7-1. Number 8, Don't Box Me In, Alonso Quinones for Joel Burnt. The other Burnt horse off an impressive win. Another Minnesota bred facing open company. I think the post will force the hand. Probably has to sit off of it. But boy, this looks like a really cool race to handicap because you've got so many horses with so many different styles. And I think with the honest pace up front, someone can sit off it and pounce. I'm going to try number 2, Ardenwood. The horses are coming out of the enclosure. Now's a good time to start to head to the lines. Get those bets in early. They'll be onto the track and off to the gate in about 9 minutes. And later tonight, we've got the pick 5 in race 6. We've got the Birds, the Ostriches after this race. And after race 7, those cool zebras. Happy Extreme Day. Enjoy race number 5 here at Canterbury Park.
And here they come for the pick 4 on races 5 through 8. It's only 50 cents. In race 5, scratch number 6, Super Fortune.
It's extreme day, so we have an extreme angle. Won't take long, but if you are making side bets in the zebra race after race 7, you're going to want this knowledge. The angle is the zonk. Now, you'll see last year's zonk breaking from the outside. Same sort of thing this year. Breaks a little bit slow, but zonk is a tad more receptive to a rider. Looks beat. I mean, we don't see this very often on the Canterbury main track. Looks beat, gets back into it, starts making some headway, looks hopelessly second best. But zonk keeps on trying, keeps on going, and with one good little tap on the rump, zonk gets back in gear and heads to the finish line. That's who you're going to want to bet in the zebra race. Zonk. Not the bad kind of zonk, the good kind of zonk in the zebra race coming up after the 7th. Good luck.
arriving at the starting gate, and it is now post time for race number 5. Last pick 4 paid $2.56 for 50 cents. We begin a new one here. By you Benny, 9 to 5. Don't box me in, 2.5 to 1. Seeking Splendor goes in. Don't box me in, last in line.
They are. Hang on, boss. Hang on.
Here we go. They're racing. Citrus Bay came out very sweetly. So did the bookender. Don't box me in. Ardenwood looks to win 2 in a row. Likewise for Seeking Splendor. They're all clumped together. And as they go around the turn, Don't Box Me In takes the lead from the outside barrier. Citrus Bay a narrow second to the inside of Ardenwood. And tracking them is By You Benny. 5 lengths from it. Same distance clear from Semyaza. Semyaza now joined by Seeking Splendor. And the one in last is Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. 10 lengths from the stablemate. Don't Box Me In, leading by 2. In second is Ardenwood. By You Benny creeping up to the outside. Citrus Bay back and forth, heading the wrong way. Then it's Semyaza. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck on the move. And Seeking Splendor is 8 lengths rearmost into the far turn. And now we have 3 astern into said turn. Ardenwood puts pressure on Don't Box Me In. By You Benny poised to pounce to the outside. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, 6 out of it. Sole alone in fourth. Citrus Bay continues to do the moonwalk. Still nothing from Semyaza or Seeking Splendor. By You Benny jumps Ardenwood at the top of the stretch. And By You Benny puts those blue blinkers in front and runs away from Ardenwood and drifts out. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck firing at 7 to 1 on the outside. Ardenwood is re-engaging. Benny hanging around with a 2.5 length lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck is bearing down on him. Here comes Vinny in tightly with By You Benny, and it was a tight photo.
The winner of the photo is number 7, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. Close second, By You Benny. Third, Ardenwood. And fourth, Don't Box Me In. 7-5-2-8 in 136 and 3. The 5th is still unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now stepping into the Mystic Lake winner's circle,
We got it for you.
the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 7, 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck. He is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Malibu Moon out of Corrigus by Harlan's Holiday. Bred in the state of Minnesota, owned by Bob Lothenbach Stables, trained by Joel Burnt, and was ridden to victory by Luis Fuentes. The 5th is now official. Payouts up on the board and on TV monitors. Coming up after this race, the Ostriches take to the track. Paul Allen is live on the scene in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle to call the Ostrich Don't Lay an Egg Dash.
They're racing. Citrus Bay came out very sweetly. So did the bookender. Don't Box Me In. Ardenwood looks to win 2 in a row. Likewise for Seeking Splendor. They're all clumped together. And as they go around the turn, Don't Box Me In takes the lead from the outside barrier. Citrus Bay a narrow second to the inside of Ardenwood. And tracking them is Bayou Benny. 5 lengths from it. Same distance clear from Semyaza. Semyaza now joined by Seeking Splendor. And the one in last is 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck. 10 lengths from the stablemate. Don't Box Me In, leading by 2. In second is Ardenwood. Bayou Benny creeping up to the outside. Citrus Bay back and forth, heading the wrong way. Then it's Semyaza. 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck on the move. And Seeking Splendor is 8 lengths rearmost into the far turn. And now we have 3 astern into said turn. Ardenwood puts pressure on Don't Box Me In. Bayou Benny poised to pounce to the outside. 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck, 6 out of it, sole alone in 4th. Citrus Bay continues to do the moonwalk. Still nothing from Semyaza or Seeking Splendor. Bayou Benny jumps Ardenwood at the top of the stretch. And Bayou Benny puts those blue blinkers in front and runs away from Ardenwood and drifts out. 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck firing at 7-1 on the outside. Ardenwood is re-engaging. Benny hanging around with a 2.5 length lead. 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck is bearing down on him. Here comes Vinny in tightly with Bayou Benny, and it was a tight photo. All right, Canterbury Park. Ostrich racing is coming up next. Let's get excited for these bad birds. They're departing the van right now. They head into the gate. Their riders will walk down and meet them. These bad birds are going to run down to the finish line, and then they're going to head to the winner's circle if you want to get some photo opportunities. All right, the riders have assembled in front of the winner's enclosure, and they're going to head down to meet these birds now. Number 1, Taylor Swiftlegs, ridden by Miguel Arroyo. Number 2, John Legan, guided by Alex Ramirez. Number 3, Michael Flaps, going in now, ridden by Martin Escobar. Number 4, Shy LaFluff, guided by Darren Egan. And number 5, Beyonce, ridden by Shia Johnson. This is a non-wagering event from a pari-mutuel standpoint, but side bets are strongly encouraged, Canterbury Park. Pick your favorite ostrich. Make a little side bet. Head on down by the winner's enclosure and or the gate, the fence that is, by the track, and take in the wonderment that is the yearly ostrich race at Canterbury Park.
Joe, you want me out of here or no?
Make some noise.
Canterbury, make some noise!
They don't get along, I don't think.
The birds are heading into their spots pretty responsibly. Now we have some movement from Beyonce. Shia Johnson pondering boarding. On the grandstand, side betting apron, John Legan seems to be taking the majority of the support. Taylor Swiftlegs, very poised right now. One of the birds is trying to fly out of the spot. So then all of us can learn at once if an ostrich can fly. Taylor Swiftlegs, John Legan, Michael Flaps, Shy LaFluff, and Beyonce. All righty. Shia Johnson is aboard Beyonce. Darren Egan has boarded Shy LaFluff. Former Canterbury rider Martin Escobar on Michael Flaps. Alex Ramirez on John Legan. Miguel Arroyo currently rides here at Canterbury on Taylor Swiftlegs. Don't miss the video opportunity that is the spectacle when they pop out of that gate. You have no idea which way these birds are heading. Shy LaFluff giving Darren Egan some problems, but settling down. Michael Flaps likewise. Ooh, we're about set. Getting set. And did he go? Shy LaFluff came out nicely, but so did John Legan. And Alex Ramirez is riding this bird for everything he has. Darren Egan's about to fall up, and now Ramirez has fallen up, and so did Miguel Arroyo. And somehow, it seems like Michael Flaps, maybe Shy LaFluff. Who in the heck knows with these crazy birds? Let's take a look at the replay. Look at this. John Legan with Alex Ramirez with a good 3-length lead. Darren Egan and Shy LaFluff right there. John Legan looks like one bad bird, but then stopped. And the winner is Shy LaFluff and Darren Egan. Hey, a round of applause for these riders and the birds. Now these ostriches are coming into the winner's circle, so get ready for some elite photography opportunities. McLean Robertson to the petting zoo to claim your antelope collection. McLean Robertson, the petting zoo, urgently. All right, everybody, here come the big bad birds into the winner's circle. Wow, look at them poking their heads out.
You want me to get a picture?
No, they're coming out. Here they come. You ready? Okay, y'all get ready, turn around, and then I'll get a quick one so you can take your own. Ready? Okay. Look at these crazy birds. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, you can take some too. Now in the winner's enclosure, the 2022 Ostrich champions, Shy LaFluff and Darren Egan. Race number 6 about 20 minutes from now. Bet more, win more, and thanks for coming to Canterbury Park. After race 7, it's the Zebras.
Welcome back up to the studio. It's pick 5 time. Kevin has departed for the day, so Paul Allen and I will take you through the remainder of the card. And I'm going to start with Kevin's pick 5 ticket. Remember, that's a 10% takeout wager. It's a 50-cent base, and there are very full fields to fill out these next 5 races. There are final 5 again before we take a break for Twin City Summer Jam. So if you enjoyed playing it at all this weekend, and you should have with that carryover, you're going to want to follow it up with this sequence. It's very, very tough. Looks like he went 5 deep, spread out in the 6th race, and I can see why. This one's out of the turf chute. They go a mile and a 16th, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 13. Kevin's top pick in here. I'm not too sure who it is, actually, but I think it's Skycat on the inside. Skycat comes off a win against 7,500s going 5 furlongs, but he has a variety of styles with his runners in here. It looked like there'd be a solid pace, so good idea to cover your bases with horses who can make their own kind of trip and a little bit of speed in there, too. In race number 7, I know this was his strongest opinion on the card. He singled Honey Parade, and Honey Parade looks to be the controlling speed in that 7th race. She won't be a huge price, but the way that she ran last time going 5 against a similar sort of group, now drawing the outside, a lot of arrows point to this filly, and she does make sense as a very logical single in that pick 5 sequence. 2, 6, and 11, those are the top 3 that I have as well. Yes, that's the power play as well. Future Perfect, and Future Perfect comes off that 5 furlong race. We looked at some of the video before. Makes a lot of sense on the stretch out, and 2, 6, and 11 will fill out race number 8 for Kevin. He spreads once again in race number 8, 4, 6, 7, and 8 to be exact. Top pick in there is Hypnotic Rhythm. That was my top pick as well. This one comes out of obviously a troubled trip where there was a fallen foe in front of him, but looks none the worse for wear. Should be a decent price, and he did take some speed and closers again. A good mix for Kevin as far as a pace standpoint with 4, 6, 7, and 8. Little heavier on the closers in race number 9. It does look to be a hot pace with the inside 2 runners. Another single coming up for him in the last. He loves Medaya Match. I can see why. This horse has an excellent record going 5 furlongs on the turf. Not all of it done here, but she has shown affinity for this turf course in the past. And last June 16th, she pulled off a nice win at 10-1. You won't see that kind of price today, but returning to 5 furlongs on the turf, Medaya Match should be very, very tough in the last. That is one of his keys. And it looks like a pretty good ticket. Gives it to you for a very square price, and it'll kick off in 12 minutes with the 6th race. And as you can see by the board, one of the most wide open, excellent vertical sort of betting races on the card. Just a very lukewarm favorite at 4-1 in Swanage. She looks to be up front early. I don't think that she's going to have an easy time pulling off some sort of soft pace. It's not like she needs that. I mean, this filly has shown the propensity to set fast fractions and move along, too. She's not on Kevin's pick 5 ticket, but like I said, I don't think that she's going to be able to get away from Criminal Record, Kaliniki, even Off Ramp. Some horses to her inside that could both put her in a wide position and make her go faster than she wants to early on. I was interested in a horse named Beyond Proper. She is also on Kevin's ticket. And right now you see the 6th, Kaliniki, your morning line favorite, who's currently at 7-1, should be a contributor to that pace. Now going from inside to out, Kevin's top pick, Skycat, is coming off a 5 furlong win. Stretches out today, and she hasn't done that in quite some time. This one will probably be a little bit closer to the pace just by virtue of that stretch out. But the last time that she did go 2 turns, she did so down at Delta Downs. That's a little different, but at Remington Park back in 2020. This just hasn't been her game lately, but if she's in this good a form, which she obviously is, and coming off a win, no better time to try it again, and Skycat seems to like this turf course a lot. She has not missed the board in 3 starts. Fall Moon, the other way. She's had a little bit more success in recent times at Tampa Bay. This turf course hasn't suited her quite as well. She's only hit the board once in 7 starts, but Fall Moon, fair value on the board at 13-1 with Alonzo Quinones. Beyond Proper, my top pick in here, is not taking any money whatsoever. Lindy Wade and Gary Shearer will team up with this one off a 5th place finish. That too was going 5 furlongs. She finished behind Off Ramp in the process. She just started up a little bit too late. But this one has run well in the past at Arlington Park and Hawthorne, and some of those races would be competitive in here. We'll see if she is even a fraction of the filly at 4 that she was at 3. Thus far, not the case, but that's why you get the price. 9-1 a Criminal Record, another very speedy sort that comes off a 4th place finish, and a 3rd prior to that on our turf course. The last one got rained off. She'll be a contributor to the pace for sure, but this one hasn't carried on as well as some of the horses too are outside, and Criminal Record right now is at 9-1. Off Ramp will stretch out for just the second time in her life. Two back, it didn't go so well, but that was the Curtis Sampson Oaks. She only lost by less than 3 lengths at 77-1. She represented okay. I mean, up until the far turn, that might have just been biting off a bit too much too soon. But Off Ramp too likes this turf course quite a bit. She has only missed the board once, just that one time, but it was only by a few lengths. She's 13-1. She should not be that price at all. 7-1 Kalanicki that we just touched on. She won last time, takes a step up in class off the claim for Chris Richard. And Kalanicki, 2 for 3 in the top 3 as well. She was kind of tired last time, but she did all the dirty work early on in the race, set very quick fractions. Not a surprise that she would be tired, but she held very gamely in that win. Lindsay Luck upset the whole apple cart the first time that she went on the turf, 21-1, almost 22-1. She did that against claimers, got claimed out of her last start. Now she will make her first start for these new connections, and she is taking a ton of money down from that 15-1 morning line all the way down to 5-1, just to the inside, again, of your mild, lukewarm favorite in Swanage, just 9-2. This is going to be a very evenly matched group as far as the board goes, probably throughout the betting. That's down from her 12-1 morning line. She's 4 for 31, but she has really come to hand lately on this turf course. Kelsey Haar knows her very well, should be out there rattling along on the front end with some pressure probably from her inside and outside. I just didn't care for any of the speedsters in here because of how many there were. Maury's Joy just to her outside is probably going to be very far back early. This is one of those horses that's come in from Chicago recently. Probably will need a lot of things to break her way. Maury's Joy, I just didn't see duplicating that record or that race that she had 2 back in a smaller field where she was able to split horses and have a clear run through. It just doesn't look likely in a field of this size. Good Mongolia, another speedster just to her outside, came up 3rd at this level last time around. Not a bad race at all. Let's Skedaddle did come back to win, but that was quite a while ago. Good Mongolia has only worked out a couple of times since the beginning of June. Wonder why she's been absent, but she's usually good for a piece. She's picked up an awful lot of them in her 42 lifetime starts, and she is currently at 18-1. 11-1 on Badger Kitten, who pulled off a very game win in her first start at Canterbury, which she was claimed from, and she tried this level next time around. Didn't go so well. She's got some ground to make up on Swanage, and from that post, might not be the easiest place to do it. If you want it, ran second a couple of back. She made a good first splash here at Canterbury behind Let's Skedaddle in the aforementioned Good Mongolia race, but last time around didn't pick up her feet much. Now, she is flattered by the fact that Midnight Current did come back to win the Minnesota Turf Distaff last night, but she's going to have to step things back up. Maybe being closer to the pace will help her cause, but she'll be very wide in the process. Hurricane Hunter is the outside runner. The Minnesota bred is the final one to leave the paddock. A lot of seconds to go along with those wins, but she is usually coming at the end, only a head short last time, and this is just a kind of a lateral move. I mean, it's a very similar sort of group of horses, and right now she is a very juicy 11-1. An excellent turf event heads out to kick off our pick 5. This is your last opportunity for a while to bet that 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. In 7 minutes, they'll take off for it. Your current favorite is 9-2 Swanage, as a very full group heads out to the turf course. Good luck.
And off to the turf course they go for race number 6. Scratch number 14, Rental Pool. 13 do business 5 minutes from now. It is now post time for race number 6, and they move in line. Wide open turf affair to begin the 50-cent pick 5. Zebra racing following race 7, and the kids run on the racetrack following race 10. Badger Kitten goes in.
Be careful, guys.
One out. Hurricane Hunter, Minnesotan, last in line. Here they come. Good luck. And they're racing. Massive field off spectacularly. Criminal Record looks to steal away. Swanage showing good speed. And between runners is Off Ramp. And as they gallop in front of us for the first time, that's Criminal Record leading the way at 24-1. Badgered by Off Ramp. Swanage can't get the lead today. About 4 lengths from the front and to the outside of Kalinicki, who claims third. Then it's a big gap, maybe 5 or 6 back to Good Mongolia, covering up the Gray Sky Cat, trying to extend a winning streak. And that one's 10 lengths from the lead because Criminal Record is going incredibly fast, leading it by 2. Then we come back to Good Mongolia, 2.5, 3 clear from Beyond Proper, 2.5 lengths behind that to Badger Kitten, purring along, 17 out of it, and still about 4 clear from Hurricane Hunter. Fall Moon is to the inside of If You Want It. Then it's Lindsay Luck, and the one in last is Maury's Joy. They're very, very well strung out into the far turn, and up goes Kalinicki, looking to win 2 in a row and taking the lead by 2. Criminal Record's lead has been usurped. Then it's Off Ramp. Swanage trying to sneak through on the inside, nowhere to go. Beyond Proper's making a smart move to the outside. The rider has the blue helmet cover, doing it wide, but 4 out of it. And behind that one is Badger Kitten. Then it's Sky Cat, and now they charge for home. And up on the lead, it still is Kalinicki. Swanage trying to sneak through, can't get through, and falling into the lead is Beyond Proper. Behind that one is Badger Kitten, and on the outside it is Fall Moon trying to run them all down, but it is Badger Kitten purring at 14-1. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 11, Badger Kitten, 11-2-3-9. And race 6 is official. Number 6, Kalinicki, was claimed for $12,500. Winning a two-way shake for Kalinicki, Jose Silva Jr., he's the owner-trainer. The pick 3 paid $552. That 11-2 exacta, $136 for $1. The 50-cent trifecta, $739. And the 10-cent superfecta, 11-239, $2,143 for a dime. 7-Eleven Slurpee double, $148. 7th race, 22 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 2 and 3. Number 4, Sweet Honor, now ridden by Kelsey Haar. For that last race, race 6, the turf was firm, people. The turf was firm. Racing at Canterbury, provided in part by the Minnesota Lottery. And we thank Continental Diamond in St. Louis Park for summer sponsorship, continentaldiamond.com. Into the winner's enclosure, Badger Kitten and Roymus Chirinos. The winning owner, Les Schneider, and the winning trainer, Canterbury Hall of Famer, Burnell Roan. And they're racing. Massive field off spectacularly. Criminal Record looks to steal away. Swanage showing good speed. And between runners is Off Ramp. And as they gallop in front of us for the first time, that's Criminal Record leading the way at 24-1. Badgered by Off Ramp. Swanage can't get the lead today, about 4 lengths from the front and to the outside of Kalinicki, who claims third. Then it's a big gap, maybe 5 or 6 back to Good Mongolia, covering up the Gray Sky Cat, trying to extend a winning streak. And that one's 10 lengths from the lead because Criminal Record is going incredibly fast, leading it by 2. Then we come back to Good Mongolia, 2.5, 3 clear from Beyond Proper, 2.5 lengths behind that to Badger Kitten, purring along, 17 out of it, and still about 4 clear from Hurricane Hunter. Fall Moon is to the inside of If You Want It. Then it's Lindsay Luck, and the one in last is Maury's Joy. They're very, very well strung out into the far turn, and up goes Kalinicki, looking to win 2 in a row and taking the lead by 2. Criminal Record's lead has been usurped. Then it's Off Ramp. Swanage trying to sneak through on the inside, nowhere to go. Beyond Proper's making a smart move to the outside. The rider has the blue helmet cover, doing it wide, but 4 out of it. And behind that one is Badger Kitten. Then it's Sky Cat. And now they charge for home. And up on the lead, it still is Kalinicki. Swanage trying to sneak through, can't get through. And falling into the lead is Beyond Proper. Behind that one is Badger Kitten. And on the outside, it is Fall Moon trying to run them all down. But it is Badger Kitten purring at 14-1.
We're 13 minutes away from race number 7, and this is the start of our late pick 4. That's a 50-cent base wager. And in the 7th race, we scratched the 2, Lovely Linda, and the 3, Elsie's Kid. So we start things off with a field of 8, and one of the heavier favorites we're probably going to see on the day. This is my top choice. This was Kevin's top choice. Her name is Honey Parade. But as they head out into the saddling ring, we're going to start on the inside with Cece, the bartender. She's a cool old horse. She's been around for a while. She's named after a bartender at Golden Gate Fields who is no longer with us, but was as sweet a woman as you'd find. And Cece, the bartender, has earned 6 figures, and she's done it the hard way. I mean, she's not really been much outside of the 3,000, 4,000 starters. She's in for 6,250 today, and if you think that the pace is going to get overly lively, Cece, the bartender, is an excellent fit for you. Lindy Wade will rejoin her. They won 2 back, couldn't catch Honey Parade last time, but that was only at 5 furlongs. 5.5 may work a touch more to this one's favor, but I didn't see quite as much pace pressure in here. So I took Cece, the bartender, 3rd, but she does make a lot of sense. Again, if you think that things do melt down on the front end, scratch the 2 and 3, and we move on to Sweet Honor, who came up just 3/4 of a length short. Circulo de Ganadoras got up on the inside of her and kind of just outgamed her to the line, and that's happened a couple of times in a row with Sweet Honor. She's got 2 seconds, and both of them have been by narrow margins. Now, right now, you do get 9-1 as opposed to 3-1 on the inside with Cece, the bartender, a horse who she's faced off with in the past. She hasn't quite figured her out. She's been beaten by Big Andy to her outside, so maybe somebody that you want to include underneath if you do like the price on Sweet Honor and you think she can close in with Kelsey Haar, who's riding excellent today. Big Andy is 4-1 on the board, and Big Andy was claimed 2 starts ago. She blew that field away, absolutely blew them away, going 6.5. That's kind of the issue. I thought that this filly might want just a touch more ground than she's going to get today. She obviously likes the track. She can hang close. Harry Hernandez is going to pick up the mount on her, but she's another one that lost to Honey Parade last time around, and I'm just not sure that half a furlong is going to be enough ground to make up that big gap that was between her and the winner. Now, if Big Andy gets some sort of pace set up, maybe she gets somebody to push along Honey Parade on the front end, like a Pearl Devine, maybe Wildly Dramatic, things could change. But again, Big Andy has a touch of ground to make up on that filly, and I just don't see it happening in another half furlong. Summer Lovin' is another filly who seems to prefer 6.5 to 5.5 or 6, and she only has 1 start this year. I think there might be some better things down the line for Summer Lovin' than today. Alonzo Quinones is going to join her in the saddle. She has run well at Canterbury in the past. She's hit the board in half of her 16 starts, and she's generally done it against classier horses than the variety she finds here. I'm just going to give her 1. I'm going to see if she can get a 6.5 down the line at or around this class level and maybe dive in there. She's taking a bit of money. She is 9-1 on the board, but still down the road for her. Wildly Dramatic is a little tick down from her 8-1 morning line, and that's understandable. She does have some speed to bring to the table and could keep Honey Parade honest to her outside. Mike Beeler brings this one to the track for just the 4th time this year. Still a pretty fresh filly, and she is 2 for 5 at Canterbury. She won her seasonal debut here on May 19th, and things haven't gone quite so well since. She did drop in class last time, and it didn't really seem to help too much. She was shoved to keep up on the rail. Harry Hernandez really had to get after her, and she could only keep up with the leaders until the head of the stretch. She fell back that day. Maybe she hangs on a little bit better today as the fractions were very testing that day. It was kind of a closer-friendly track, but Wildly Dramatic is going to need to turn things around in order to have a say in here. Pearl Devine is a very confusing horse to me. She used to be just straight-run speedball. Then she won 2 starts ago and did so from last to first. She got up by a neck at just a touch under 7-1. She beat Shaw, who didn't really flatter her earlier today, and she also beat Elsie's Kid, who scratched out of this race. So kind of some question marks with Pearl Devine, but at least she's shown some more versatility in her age, and Chad Lindsay has options with where he would like to be placed in the race. Right now, she is your field's long shot at 14-1. Honey Parade is your 2-1 favorite, and Carlo Lopez is going to rejoin her in search of 2 in a row. They weren't all that far in front at any point of the race. Just a head, just a length. She held on by a head over Miss Glorious. Miss Glorious scratched out of a race earlier in the card, so kind of hard to gauge that one, but she also has beaten a couple that end up in this same spot, and now she lands to their outside. That should be very advantageous to her. She has been on the rail in her last 2 starts. Couldn't quite handle the 10,000s 2 back, but maybe she just settled into the track a little bit better, and when she took on that starter allowance company last time at a little pricier of a tag, she did come home in front. It's 5.5 versus 5, but I think that Honey Parade has this one to lose on the front end. We'll see if she catches any pressure. Maybe the horse who are outside, Flying Business, could do so, but she didn't show any speed the last time that she ran at Canterbury. It was in that aforementioned Honey Parade race. She needs to do something different, I suppose, but maybe the outside post and a jock change will wake her up and get her back into winning form. She has not won since November, but she did that in close to the pace fashion. She's 10-1. Not a bad price on Flying Business. And another contentious little 8-horse field is going to head out to the track in 8 minutes. They will kick off our late pick 4, and I'm going to go through that sequence coming up after the post parade. As the field makes its way on track for race number 7, we want to remind you of a few things coming up, including the Canterbury Concert Series. After we get through the break for Summer Jam, the Canterbury Concert Series will kick off with an outdoor concert experience like no other. We've got acts like Government Mule, Everclear, Anderson East, a lot more. It's a very diverse lineup that you're going to want to check out and get your tickets before they're gone at canterburypark.com. On July 30th, we invite you to join us for a food truck festival. Explore and taste a variety of different cuisines from food trucks all across the Twin Cities. Live racing and delicious food on July 30th. You can get your tickets on our website. You can also get tickets for the Corgi races, which are going to be the next day on July 31st. This sweet royal breed is ready to waddle across the finish line to glory. Paired with live horse racing, Pepsi Family Day activities like face painting, crafts, pony rides, and more, you're not going to want to miss Corgi races. All tickets and details on these promotions available on our website, canterburypark.com. It is late pick 4 time. It's just 2 minutes from now. Some ones that are making a good impression on the track are your favorites, CC the Bartender and Honey Parade. I got to say, Sweet Honor's getting a little bit riled up, and now you can see on the screen, Honey Parade's got a little bit warm out there. It is a hot day, but much better indications physically from the one CC the Bartender, who I do not have on my late pick 4. I just used Big Andy and Honey Parade. They should be in very different spots early on in the race, but I thought that the best closer combined with the best speed horse, on paper at least, going 5.5, would be a good combination and a good start to this pick 4. CC the Bartender, I thought would be a little bit better at 4.5, 5. She's been very well versed in those races, but the appearance that she makes on the track makes me wonder if I didn't make a misstep in leaving her out of that first leg. No Slow-Mo and Future Perfect will carry the second leg for me. 2 and 6 with Future Perfect on top for me. That's the power play. That's Kevin Gorg's pick. Makes a lot of sense, but we've discussed the reasons that I like him earlier on the stretch out and at the track that he likes best at this point in his career, Canterbury's turf course. I chose Hypnotic Rhythm on top, but I also used Sir Bonbon, as this one's only made one start this year. A lot of these a little bit more heavily raced this year, and Sir Bonbon has some room to improve off that just 2-length defeat. He was behind Elusive Freud that day, but I think that he can improve a lot more than most of this field, and Hypnotic Rhythm, without any true representation at this level, gets another try at it and hopefully a clean run. He's run well enough in the past from off the pace where I think Hypnotic Rhythm should be in a very good spot. He was making a good move around the turn, just needs less traffic to navigate through in order to put in his true best performance. I really spread out in the 10th, but I like Someone Said So quite a bit on the outside. If you wanted to cut that down and you wanted to just use a few runners, I would get it, but Someone Said So is my top pick in that spot. Really likes this turf course, really likes 5, and the price should be very much right on her. I did use the Speedy Emerald Princess Medea match and Elle's Town, as well as a Rose and Wine, as these are some specialists going 5 furlongs on the turf, and with that short distance, with a big field, it's going to take a good trip for whoever gets up. I mean, you're not going to be able to check hard and then recover. I guess it could be done, but I have to spread out there because it is going to be quite the wide open affair to end this pick 4. That's a cheap ticket. Go ahead. Put it in there for $20 if you feel like it. You don't have much time as they head to the gate for the 7th. Your 3-2 favorite remains Honey Parade.
They're at the gate. It is now post time, race time for the 7th. Following the 7th, Zebras race on the track. And following the 10th, a couple of races for the kids. Big Andy goes in. Honey Parade, 9 to 5. Two back. Summer Lovin' and Flying Business. One out. And they're all in line. Good luck. And they're racing. Bad beginning for Honey Parade, started in last. From the outside, Flying Business tries to soar away. Sweet Honor also is prominent, so is CC the Bartender on the inside, and a recovering Honey Parade from last right up to third, running right by Sweet Honor. Right behind them is Big Andy, a length and a half clear from Wildly Dramatic. Then it's a big gap back to Pearl Devine, and the one in last is Summer Lovin', and the one in first is CC the Bartender to the inside. But Honey Parade has gone from last right up to the lead, and Honey Parade takes the lead from CC the Bartender, and they come to the top of the stretch. Honey Parade leads it by 2.5. CC the Bartender is next, and after that we come to Flying Business. Big Andy's on the outside into the final furlong. Honey Parade shortening strides. Outside Big Andy, inside CC the Bartender. Honey Parade still clear. Honey Parade from Big Andy, who's surging, but Honey Parade, Too Good, prevails.
Stepping into the Mystic Lake winner's circle, the now official winner of our 7th race, Honey Parade. Honey Parade is a 6-year-old bay mare by First Defense out of La Brazilienne by Grand Slam. She's owned by Baya Nose Stable, trained by Robertino Diodoro, and was ridden to victory by Carlo Lopez. The winner, Honey Parade, was claimed out of the 7th race by owner-trainer Patrick Fields. Payouts now up on the board and on TV monitors throughout the building. Paul Allen live on the scene in the winner's circle for the zebra race coming up after this 7th.
And they're racing. Bad beginning for Honey Parade. Started in last. From the outside, Flying Business tries to soar away. Sweet Honor also is prominent. So is CC, the bartender, on the inside. And a recovering Honey Parade from last right up to third. Running right by Sweet Honor. Right behind them is Big Andy, a length and a half clear from Wildly Dramatic. Then it's a big gap back to Pearl Devine. And the one in last is Summer Lovin'. And the one in first is CC, the bartender, to the inside. But Honey Parade has gone from last right up to the lead. And Honey Parade takes the lead from CC, the bartender. And they come to the top of the stretch. Honey Parade leads it by 2.5. CC, the bartender, is next. And after that, we come to Flying Business. Big Andy's on the outside. Into the final furlong. Honey Parade shortening strides. Outside, Big Andy. Inside, CC, the bartender. Honey Parade still clear. Honey Parade from Big Andy, who's surging, but Honey Parade, Too Good, prevails.
Here come the zebras!
Make a little noise, Canterbury, for these zebras. Gather around the winner's circle or down by the fence next to the track. Number 1 is Marty, and Marty will be ridden by Alexis Ramirez. Number 2 is Barcode and Martin Escobar. Number 3, Brad Pitt. And number 4, the prohibitive favorite. This is Zonk and Miguel Arroyo. We have a replacement rider for number 3, Zabrad Pitt, daughter of Canterbury Hall of Fame jockey Kaylee Butler is going to be riding. That's Dean Butler's daughter. For those of you making wagers on the grandstand apron, the young Butler will ride number 3, Zabrad Pitt. All righty, the riders are boarding their zebras. Marty and Alexis Ramirez, Barcode and Martin Escobar. Kaylee Butler picks up Zabrad Pitt, and Miguel Arroyo rides the defending champion of the world, Zonk. Zebras are behind the gate, and the riders are going to board them. Last chance to get your grandstand apron side wagers in. Zonk, ridden by Canterbury jockey Miguel Arroyo. Zabrad Pitt. Kaylee Butler gets the call, daughter of Hall of Fame rider Dean Butler. Martin Escobar's won a bunch of races at Canterbury, and Martin handles number 2, Barcode, then Alex Ramirez with Marty. And they're moving in line. After the 10th race, parents, don't forget, kids get to run on the track. We have one race for kids 7 years of age and younger, and another for those 8 and older. They run about 40 yards in each race on the dirt track. That's about 10 minutes after race number 10. Okay, get ready. Get ready. I'm happy to say something. All right, say last one in line.
Last one in line.
Almost ready.
Almost ready.
Don't get shut out.
Don't get shut out.
She's loving life. She's living her best life.
Canterbury, make some noise for the zebras.
Canterbury, make some noise for the zebras.
Thank you. All of us are back at my house. She's a little tired.
Final instructions for Brad Pitt and the Butler girl, who's poised and ready to ride. Barcode. Chill, and there they go. Uh-oh! Kaylee Butler wondering what she signed up for. Zonk has dropped Miguel Arroyo. So now we are down to Marty and Barcode, and they're coming right in front of us in the slowest zebra race in the history of zebras. Get on up there, says Alex Ramirez. And now Marty rebreaks, and Barcode's going to try to run down Marty. They come down to the line together, and the winner is it was a tie. All right, there we go. Marty wins. Marty wins. They're going to head into the winner's circle for some pictures. Get ready. How about them zebras? Here come the zebras for photo opportunities. Nice job, Kaylee. Did the best you could, girl. All right, everybody smile for the Cody Classic and TVW. Classic. Go with that song. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the zebras and everybody who made this fantastic day possible. Thank you very much.
No, it's been my favorite since I was a kid.
Cookies and cream. Coffee. I like the taste of coffee, and I also drink coffee in the morning. Cookies and cream.
Vanilla, yes, a little bit old-fashioned.
Chocolate ice cream.
I don't like ice cream because it's too cold.
My favorite ice cream is strawberry ice cream.
Chocolate and vanilla. I don't know, I just always like chocolate and mix it up with a little bit of vanilla. I think it's great.
My favorite ice cream is hazelnut gelato.
We're 14 minutes out from our final pick 3 of the day. We go to the turf for race number 8. Scratch the 5 Cotton Candy Martini. A field of 10 is going to go to post in the 8th, and we'll start on the rail with late closing Coastal Waters. Coastal Waters is stepping back up in class into Allowance Company. He's run similar races in his last 2 up here, one with Allowance Foes, one with $20,000 claimers. He ran behind the very talented King of the Kids the last time he dipped in at this level. This is one of many closers in this group, though, and Coastal Waters just has no early speed to speak of. He's shown a little bit on the dirt in the past, but he would need the pace to be rather pokey in order to stay in contact with it. Should be able to save ground, and that's a good sort of fit for Luis Fuentes, but right now you're getting 11-1. Probably about a fair price for Coastal Waters when all is said and done. No Slow-Mo ran 4th last time around behind Skippy Strike. That was against optional claimers. That was going 7.5. A little more yardage today probably won't hurt the cause. No Slow-Mo is just 1 for 13, but No Slow-Mo has gone all over the place in the process. He broke his maiden going 1.25 miles on Colonial Turf. You know he'll handle all the distance that they'll give him. Lindy Wade gets in the saddle today, and if No Slow-Mo gets more pace than I see on paper, No Slow-Mo could definitely make some noise late in here. Mr. Oklahoma City tried to get on the turf on the 4th of July. That didn't pan out. It got rained off, and he ran a kind of lackluster 8th behind Quantum Leap. That was his first race since December, though. Prior to that, he was taking on Allowance and Stakes Company down at Remington Park. Now, granted, all of those were state-bred races. Perhaps Mr. Oklahoma City has sights set down the road for some races at Remington. They'll see how he handles the turf in his second try over it. Now he'll actually get on the turf course, and Mr. Oklahoma City does have a little tiny bit of turf breeding a little bit further back, but on paper, really nothing outstanding that says that he's going to prefer the grass to the dirt. Class of 67 comes from Hawthorne. Off a very narrow defeat, that too against state breds, so he's run against Illinois breds in most of his recent routes, and the 2 that he ran against Open Company ended up very similarly. He stalked the pace and ended up 5th, well beaten in both of them. Kelsey Haar's having a good day. She looks to pick up another win with this one. Some good turf performances in recent history, including that 3rd beat in the neck, but he was 50-1 that day. Not many expectations for this one, and currently he is 14-1. Your 2-1 favorite is Future Perfect. This is the choice of both mine and Kevin Gorg's. Coming off a 3rd place finish behind Bayou Colonel, we watched that 5-furlong race back. He had to set the pace through very testing fractions. Today should be much easier on him earlier. He does have Justice Warrior to his outside and Lord Brancusi on the outside who have some speed, but he will not have to go 44-1 today, and Future Perfect could benefit from either an on the pace or a stalking trip that involves a little bit softer splits. Justice Warrior is 22-1. And Justice Warrior is another one that should be out there close to the lead, if not setting the pace. Not sure he's as quick as Future Perfect, but Justice Warrior has the speed in order to keep himself in touch. Makes a nice impression down there in the paddock, too. He's nice and calm, even though it is a hot day out here. And Justice Warrior has run 4th and 5th, beaten 5 lengths in both of his most recent tries, but he too stretches out from the 5 furlong distance, and that may play to his favor. Myopic was your morning line favorite, and he's currently 4-1. Paul Allen likes this one off a 5th place finish. That was washed off the turf. He ran better previously at Churchill and Keeneland on their grass courses. Big, rich allowances, both of those events. But Myopic didn't make that much of a move. He ran better at Keeneland than he did at Churchill, quite frankly. But either one of those would definitely put him in the picture. With a return to the turf course, he should be more live, and this one probably will come down in price, as he just did, clicking from 4-1 to 7-2. Yip, yip, yip. Scratched out of a race yesterday to run in this spot. The last time that he was running on turf, he ran second. He's run very consistently, both against State Breds and Open Company at Remington and in Houston. This is a little step up, and he hasn't run since March. I would give him a pass on this one and maybe play him down the road. Barandella's in the saddle, and right now you get 18-1. He's one of those 3 of 4 payouts in that middle pick 4. Some of these prices have prompted some 3 of 4s, as you can see up and down the line. 18-1 on Mr. Cougar. I wanted to use Mr. Cougar in the mix, and I thought that I did, but I guess not. No, Mr. Cougar is one that I would probably use underneath. He gets a lot of pieces. He's run second and third 8 times to go with that one win, and he does like the turf course up here, too. You can see a third and a second beaten 5 lengths both of the last times that he touched our turf. Granted, those were, again, $16,000 claimers. He got a wide trip on that May 19th race, still managed to get up at a big number to break the trifecta, and he's done that a good amount of his life. So, Mr. Cougar, if you are looking for an exotic player at 19-1, would be a good fit for that bill. Lord Brancusi on the outside is 3-1 at the moment. Harry Hernandez riding very well. He, too, scratched out of a race yesterday to go into this spot. He was last seen running over the turf course at Golden Gate Field, which does play well to front runners. That fit his style very well. This should too, but he is stuck out in the 11 hole. The main drawback for him. Otherwise, lots to like on paper for him, and that's why he's your narrow second choice at 3-1. You have 9 minutes with which to bet this 8th race. Another full field. Last pick 3 opportunity in addition to doubles, exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent superfectas. Really good 10-cent super race if that's your thing. Right now, your 5-2 favorite is on screen. Future Perfect. Good luck.
Hello, Canterbury Park. It's Megan down in the Mystic Lake Winter Circle, and we're going to keep on theme with Extreme Day today, and we are going to have our very own ostrich race to the Quick Trip Pump. Our two ostriches are Blake and Joseph, and they are going to see who can get to the Quick Trip Pump first in order to win a $20 Quick Trip gift card. Are our ostriches ready? Set, go! And they're off, and one of the ostrich's heads look a little limp. Oh, looks like Joseph is our winner. He's gonna go home with a $20 Quick Trip gift card. Thank you guys all so much for coming down to Extreme Day, and let's get ready for the next race.
Hi, little buddy. Hi, little Kirill. At the gate, and it is post time. Lord Brancusi is favored at 8-5 as they move in line. Class of 67 has gone in. Miss Kelsey looking for her third win today. Future Perfect to the inside of Justice Warrior, and outside of that, way outside, Lord Brancusi. Ready. And there Racing Perfect Start. Future Perfect handles the perfect start with a plum, and it's 8-1. It is Future Perfect grabbing a narrow lead. Justice Warrior and Lord Brancusi, they flash some speed. Myopic, that rider has the red colors, securing the inside, and about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Same distance clear from No Slow Mo, and No Slow Mo is 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Mr. Cougar. 2.5, 3 behind that to Class of 67, now joined by Yip Yip Kip, and that one's to the outside of Coastal Waters. That's the one next to the rail. And in last is Mr. Oklahoma City in his turf debut. 13 from front to back. They have 4 furlongs to go, and up goes Justice Warrior at 50-1. Justice Warrior slugs it out with Future Perfect to the inside. Lord Brancusi's behind them. Myopic looking for a place to go, and now Justice Warrior attempts to run away from the field. No Slow Mo is angled to the outside, beginning to run on. 5 lengths out of it. 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar. Behind that, Coastal Waters and Yip Yip Kip. And after that, Class of 67 far out of it. And last, Mr. Oklahoma City. We have 5 separated by 1.5 lengths, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Lord Brancusi bet down to 4-5. This pretty silver horse takes the lead from No Slow Mo, and Lord Brancusi rules over the field. Number 11, Lord Brancusi, ran first. 11-2-8 for the top 3. Coastal Waters 4th. Eighth official. The middle pick 4 paid $7.27. 50-cent pick 4, $7.27. The 9th is the Sunday penultimate. No scratches, no rider changes. And we thank JTR Roofing for summer sponsorship. Experienced, skilled, and ethical. JTR Roofing. Roof with JTR.com. Twin City Summer Jam is a week away. Headliners include Blake Shelton, Kane Brown, Trace Atkins, Nelly, and more. Tickets are on sale at tcsummerjam.com/tickets. tickets. Into the winner's enclosure, Lord Brancusi and Harry Hernandez. The Lord is owned by Jason Hall and Brent Rosenkrantz, and the winning trainer, Jonathan Wong. And they're racing perfect start. Future Perfect handles the perfect start with a plum, and it's 8-1. It is Future Perfect grabbing a narrow lead. Justice Warrior and Lord Brancusi, they flash some speed. Myopic, that rider has the red color, securing the inside, and about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Same distance clear from No Slow-Mo, and No Slow-Mo is 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Mr. Cougar. 2.5, 3 behind that to class of 67, now joined by Yip Yip Kip, and that one's to the outside of Coastal Waters. That's the one next to the rail. And in last is Mr. Oklahoma City in his turf debut. 13 from front to back. They have 4 furlongs to go, and up goes Justice Warrior at 50-1. Justice Warrior slugs it out with Future Perfect to the inside. Lord Brancusi's behind them. Myopic looking for a place to go, and now Justice Warrior attempts to run away from the field. No Slow-Mo is angled to the outside, beginning to run on 5 lengths out of it. 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar. Behind that, Coastal Waters and Yip Yip Kip. And after that, class of 67, far out of it. And last, Mr. Oklahoma City. We have 5 separated by 1.5 lengths, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Lord Brancusi bet down to 4-5. This pretty silver horse takes the lead from No Slow-Mo, and Lord Brancusi rules over the field.
more on our Sunday card. And the horses now come out into the paddock for race number 9. We'll just go through this one quickly. Hypnotic Rhythm was the top choice of mine and Kevin's. Had some trouble last time around when a foe fell in front of him and he unseated his rider that day, but gets back in the saddle today. That is Romus Chirinos, and Hypnotic Rhythm will try this level again. He won't get 6.5. He'll go at 6 today, but it looks like there would be plenty of speed to his inside with horses like Nacho S, Leslie's Gold, Dare a Big Dream. Lots of horses that could contribute to the pace and make it lively up front. Hypnotic Rhythm won't be too far off them, I wouldn't think, but he was the top choice of both mine and Kevin's. The other horse that I was very interested in here was Sir Bonbon. Hasn't run since June 30th, but that was his first start since September. Has some upside, can sit just off the pace. Might get the jump on Hypnotic Rhythm, and I think he could get the jump on some of the deep closers like Courageous Timmy, maybe Elusive Freud. Braska will come from far off the pace. Paul and Jay Litza, I believe, both like Nacho S in this spot. He broke his maiden very nicely, very gamely last time too when Master Red took the lead on him. He was resurgent that day and came back. He had the far outside hold that day. Now he draws the rail. That was kind of the concern with me, as Leslie's Gold and Dare a Big Dream might be able to put some pressure on this one. Wouldn't think that the 1 and 9 would try to tie up, but it could just happen that way. Harry Hernandez looks for another win on the day, and he is your tepid 7-2 favorite on the board right now. Others taking a little bit of money in here. Sir Bonbon at 4-1. Leslie's Gold is down from his 12-1 morning line at 6-1 currently on the board. Luis Fuentes will take over on the class drop for this one. He's the other Valerie Lund horse. Hypnotic Rhythm on the outside is ridden by Chirinos. Leslie's Gold nearly went wire to wire in his maiden win last year. That was up here at the maiden special weight level since that time. Kind of like a Hypnotic Rhythm. He's taken some pretty steady beatings against Keeneland allowance foes, then our allowance horses, and went on the turf for that $20,000 claimer last time around. If you just figure he's not a turf horse, he's a fine fit in this group, but very all over the sort of board performances for Leslie's Gold. He is an interesting item, though, given that he does have pace. I just thought it might get a little hot and heavy up front. Riders are getting up right now on their horses. The last double of the day is coming up in race number 9. You can do exactas, tries, and supers as well. 9 of them headed out to post very shortly, and they'll take off in 8 minutes.
They're at the starting gate. It's post time. Moving in line, Shinboro first in, 4-1. Nacho S. Fresca.
Get on this other side.
Courageous Timmy and Elusive Freud. Hypnotic Rhythm, 3-1.
Hey, hold up.
Dare a Big Dream has gone in. They're racing, and they've broken a line. Leslie's Gold all out for that gold at 6-1, and with a keen turn of speed, Leslie's Gold puts one on the field. Senor Bonbon is out for the chase, and on the far outside, Hypnotic Rhythm to the outside of Elusive Freud. Nacho S 4 lengths from the front. Dare a Big Dream is widest of all outside of Shinboro. Then it's Courageous Timmy and Braska's last, and Leslie's Gold is first, leading it from Hypnotic Rhythm. Moving into third, Dare a Big Dream to the outside of Senor Bonbon. Then we come to Elusive Freud. Nacho S has lost his spice, joined by Shinboro and overtaken by Courageous Timmy. And Braska's 12 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Leslie's Gold at 7-1. Leslie's Gold trying to steal away on this Shakopee Sunday. Hypnotic Rhythm giving absolutely everything and cutting into the margin, but it's still Leslie's Gold by more than one. Hypnotic Rhythm absolutely giving everything, but his best will be second best. Check that, her best is second best, and Leslie's Gold prevails. Number 2, Leslie's Gold ran first. Second, 8, Hypnotic Rhythm. Third, 9, Dare a Big Dream. And fourth, 4, Courageous Timmy. 110.73, the final time. Number 1, Nacho S, was claimed for $10,000. The new owner trainer, Nathan Russell. Nacho S claimed 10 grand. Russell. Into the winner's circle, Leslie's Gold and Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Valerie Lund, Leslie Cummings, and Linda Weber. Miss Valerie is the winning trainer. The penultimate official. Exacta 2460, trifecta 171, 10-cent superfecta 194, and the double pay 2370. Pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9, 2020. The final live race this week and for a week and a half is 22 minutes from now. We close on the turf. No scratches, no rider changes. And about 10 minutes after the 10th, don't forget, parents, 2 races on the dirt track for the children. They're racing, and they've broken a line. Leslie's Gold all out for that gold at 6-1, and with a keen turn of speed, Leslie's Gold puts one on the field. Senor Bonbon is out for the chase, and on the far outside, Hypnotic Rhythm to the outside of Elusive Freud. Nacho S 4 lengths from the front. Dare a Big Dream is widest of all outside of Shinboro. Then it's Courageous Timmy and Braska's last, and Leslie's Gold is first, leading it from Hypnotic Rhythm. Moving into third, Dare a Big Dream to the outside of Senor Bonbon. Then we come to Elusive Freud. Nacho S has lost his spice, joined by Shinboro and overtaken by Courageous Timmy. And Braska's 12 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Leslie's Gold at 7-1. Leslie's Gold trying to steal away on this Shakopee Sunday. Hypnotic Rhythm giving absolutely everything and cutting into the margin, but it's still Leslie's Gold by more than one. Hypnotic Rhythm absolutely giving everything, but his best will be second best. Check that, her best is second best, and Leslie's Gold prevails.
we're back up in studio to close out this Sunday card. Very complicated puzzle. Some prices along the way, and Leslie's Gold pulls it off in race number 9. 1-2 for the Valerie Lund stable. It doesn't get any easier in the 10th. But before we get to that, we do want to mention that we're going to be taking a break in the races. So if you just have to scratch the itch for some Canterbury racing, you better bet this one in 13 minutes. Twin City Summer Jam is coming this weekend, and then we got the concert series coming up later. A lot of music and fun, corgi races, still a lot to come this summer.
No doubt, and hopefully here in the 10th race, number 6, Medalla Match is able to win. Because if Medalla Match doesn't win, I will be donning the clown nose, meaning, boy, this makes me more nasally than I usually am. The clown nose signifies, and has forever, it's Dark Star Press Box immortality. If you're a public handicapper and you hang 0 wins on a card, that would be me so far, then you wear the clown nose, they put it on social media and have a good time. So in anticipation, let's go Lindy Wade, let's go Mike Beeler. I mean, Mike Beeler just became a dad like yesterday, or I think it was yesterday. So you got to start making some diaper money and some baby food money, if you can even find baby food in stores these days. I don't know if that's still a thing. So hopefully this is not worn by me.
Well, you're on a Medalla Match, but she's getting back to 5 furlongs on the turf. And on serious note, what did you like about her? And since she is going to be heavily bet, she's 3-1 right now. I guess it's not too heavy.
Yeah.
Who do you pair with her for an exacta? Anybody who's looking to play vertical in this one?
Well, great question. I handicapped this 2 days ago. Quite honestly, I can't remember. With Medalla Match, it could be a cutback, could be a speed and fade, could be at a third off a layoff, blinkers on, blinkers off. Maybe wouldn't be a gelding, she's a filly. So I can't exactly remember, but then again, who would care about my opinion when I'm 0-9?
We're in chaser mode right now. Come on. Some upbeat.
Yeah, I can chase Medalla Match. I mean, Lindy Wade's my guy, so I'm pulling for Lindy, salt of the earth, to win this race for the new daddy, Mike Beeler. But a Rose and Wine is that's a mare I've cashed on a couple of times this season. Didn't pick her last time. Star of the North has done some damage here before. She's 8-1. Luis Fuentes, I believe, has 6 wins this week, 5 or 6. He and Harry have been the top 2 riders in the room. And trainer Mac Robertson, Mac has number 8, Emerald Princess, and Mac's stuck at 998 Canterbury Park wins, which means when he gets to 1,000, he'll become the first trainer in the history of Canterbury Park or Downs to have trained horses for 1,000 victories. So we'll be pulling for that.
Absolutely. He's had some shots today, but Emerald Princess may be the very speediest of those shots.
Yeah.
I actually like a horse that you didn't even mention.
What you got?
I have the Outside Runner.
Oh, yeah.
Someone Said So.
Right.
Someone Said So is a versatile enough horse. I think that she's, how would you put it? Jack of many trades, or Jill of many trades, master of none, because she can do just about anything that they've asked of her. She'll go anywhere from 5 to 7 furlongs. She'll go on turf. She'll go on dirt. She handles an off track. And, I mean, Someone Said So gets the outside. I guess that was kind of appealing for me, even though I don't typically like horses from that position at 5 furlongs on the turf. She has enough speed to move over a little bit, and I think just sit off some horses who may go very lickety-split early. And I think that Someone Said So is in a very good position to get her second win in 3 starts. She did win on the dirt at Prairie Meadows a couple of starts ago. Prior to that, though, she was second to Lady Gold Start. And if that's a yardstick that you can measure this sort of company by, I think that flatters Someone Said So a lot, and I thought the price would be right. It is right now at 9-1. I guess she's one that I would pair with your horse, and she's paying huge in the pick 5. I mean, these payoffs are excellent. The minimum, $1,100 to your filly, Medalla Match, who I think will end up being the favorite when all is said and done. But another excellent day of pick 5 betting. These full fields, that 10% takeout, are really showing in these payouts that we have. I mean, they, again, range from $1,100 up to $9,000 for Someone Said So, all over the place. But if we take a look at the field and see how they're doing in the paddock, looks like everybody's behaving themselves very nice. It's a professional, classy group of fillies, and they're showing it right now. I don't even think that there's that much sweat anymore on anybody. It is still warm, but it's cooling down a little bit as we get towards the twilight of the day. Anybody that you've seen on screen that makes an impression?
Well, I mean, with Someone Said So, the rail's all the way in, so that does not compromise the outside markers as much as like when it's 20 or 30 feet out. And Luis Valenzuela, I chatted with him before the races today, and he's having the best season that he's had of his career. And Luis has gotten really, really good at popping horses from the gate. In fact, we had an 870 stakes race here Thursday night, and he carried a maiden against horses who had made hundreds of thousands of dollars until about 75 yards in front of the wire, popped it beautifully and opened up. So LAV getting out there and getting a horse into a good position, that wouldn't surprise me at all. To your Sunday point about the betting, I don't have the analytics on it, so I'm just riding a vibe here, looking at the betting pools at the end of each race. And this is one of the better bet Sunday cards I think I've ever seen in my 28 years here. I mean, we've had some really big pools. Now, when you get those turf races with 12 and 13 in there, that's going to get us, here at Canterbury in the 3s and the 400,000s. My guy James O with the lead edge, he's been all over us all day today. So we thank you for that, pumping that in there. But overall, this is a big field. It's a turf race, not a ton of competition right now. They should be betting the bleep out of this one.
I would hope so, and it's a competitive race at that. Now you have 2 3-to-1 shots.
Well, your filly looks good.
A Rose and Wine, so did yours. And Elstown, that was the top choice of Jay Litza, who's having an excellent day. Elstown is his top choice, down from her 9-2 morning line. And she comes with a classy set of races from the Fairgrounds, from Remington, from Prairie Meadows, from Lone Star. It's just hard to mention all the competitors in here because this is such a good way to close out racing before we take that break. You can see it up on the grid. I talked about it with Kevin before the races. It might look like a bag of Skittles. It kind of does if you get the black and white ones. There's a lot of gray and there's a lot of white, but still a variety of choices to choose from in there. You see all the competitors that we have up on the board. We have 7 minutes to post now. Dive in. I mean, if you've made any sort of money throughout the day, you could multiply it in this group because it is that contentious of a race. For Paul Allen, for myself, for Kevin Gorg, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, Jeff Madej, everybody upstairs, we wish you luck in the last. Thank you for joining us today, and we will see you in a week and a half.
That's Sir Leonard Diker, best bugler in the business. Ain't nobody better than our guy. Thanks, Len. See you in a week and a half. Round of applause for Len Diker, ladies and gentlemen. Puts a lot of effort into that entertainment. 10th race, 5 minutes. And they have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Final live race for a week and a half. Twin Cities Summer Jam here Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Medalla match 3-2. Star of the North goes in. Get None in the 7 spot, right down the line. Emerald Princess, farther down the line. Harking. Medalla match, 8-5. Star of the North, that rich Minnesotan, being coerced into action. Medalla match, 3-2. Nine in a line, race 10. And they're racing. And from the 3 spot, Minnesotan Star of the North out of the gate in elite edge-like fashion. Star of the North blazing with a rose and wine. After that, someone said so. That one's to the outside of Medalla match. Between them inside is Ellistown. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Harking. Emerald Princess, 3rd last. My Crafty Gal, 2nd last. Get None last. Off the far turn, Star of the North trying to blaze a trail to the winner's circle. A rose and wine right there. Ellistown is behind them, securing the inside and attempting to take off with Medalla match. Right behind that one is Harking, and up goes a rose and wine. Here comes Ellistown to battle it out with a rose and wine. Late charge from Harking, but it is Ellistown put a Q around the 10th. The 10th race, official 2654. Final pick 4, 155.70. The pick 5 today, 2,871. Here comes Ellistown to the winner's enclosure with Alonzo Quinones, the winning owner, Jerry Namey, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. Kids, time to run on the racetrack. First race for kids 7 years of age and younger. The second for those 8 and older. We will execute those races within the next 7 minutes. And they're racing. And from the 3 spot, Minnesotan Star of the North out of the gate in elite edge-like fashion. Star of the North blazing with a rose and wine. After that, someone said so. That one's to the outside of Medalla Match. Between them inside is Ellistown. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Harking. Emerald Princess, third last. My Crafty Gal, second last. Getting on last. Off the far turn, Star of the North trying to blaze a trail to the winner's circle. A rose and wine right there. Ellistown is behind them, securing the inside and attempting to take off with Medalla Match. Right behind that one is Harking, and up goes a rose and wine. Here comes Ellistown to battle it out with a rose and wine. Late charge from Harking, but it is Ellistown. Put a Q around the 10th. Hi. Y'all about ready? Get those kids out there. Ages 7 and younger for the first race. You run down to the flags, then you turn around and you run back. Head all the way to the inside, past the Rakes kid, down by the rail. We do this every Sunday, and we are in the second half of the season. So we're getting low on Sundays. Behind the line, little buddy. There you go. Parents are welcome on the track if you want. Videotape, take pictures. Snap with the mouse. Last chance. Get on out there, buddy. There you go. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls steaming down the Canterbury Park track, and the kid with the black shorts. He gets to the flag first. Ooh, that fast girl with the ponytail overshot at her. She might have won, but my man with the black shorts gets all the money. Oh! There you go, little buddy. Keep running. Keep running. Ooh, stumbles at the 20. Eludes Jair Alexander at the 10. Inside the 5. Touchdown, my man. All right, buddy, we ain't building sandcastles. Man, it's almost 7 o'clock. You kidding me? Good job, buddy. That's a good job, little mousy. Here come the big boys and girls. I see a butler. I see a har. My man out there just making a dirt fort. You can stay there as long as you want. You can stay there till we return in 2 Wednesdays. Get on in there, little brother. Last chance to line up. The Har girl trying to get that 3rd win today for the Har family. Ready, go! Here come the big boys and girls. Ooh, the Butler girl came out fast and actually stayed on the horse. Now the boy on the inside with the blue shorts and the blonde girl, and Kelsey's daughter is flying. Holy cow, what a great race. Nice job, kids. Good job, kids. Good job, Mousy baby. Bye.